No, I agree, but
and you've got a bunch of fucking
the content
kids running around in their early 20s, acting like they're in the civil rights movement, making shittier fucking films. Hey, I want to remake this film, but do without all the nuances that made it great, and they make it shittier than it ever fucking was. They're not making their own fucking music. They're copying all of the old shit that was already done before. So it's like, where's the real creativity? Where's the real expression? It's just
again. That's a you problem though.
Done fucking horribly.
That's a you problem.
Here's the other fucking point. There was a time, right, where like what I'm saying, like for an example, John Carpenter, right, did this film called The Thing, based on The Thing for Another World, a black and white film based off of a fucking novella called Who Goes There, right? When you get up to John Carpenter's film, it was done good. When you get up to like what people are doing now with this material, it's like there's all this red tape around creativity. They're doing it worse than what these people do it. Like, if you're actually going to do this concept, like, do it right and commit to it. Not just cut out the parts of the fucking film that offend you or you think is racist or you think wouldn't align up with today's, like, climate culture and all this other fucking shit, because it's all forced. You got these people with their thumb on the fucking scale. They're claiming that, life is horrible, it's bad, there's racism out there, there's misogyny, there's homophobia, there's all these... None of these fucking problems are fucking here, dude. They're not here.
Well, they're there in the subjective, but to me, they're low on the list of priorities. And my complaint is that people priorities upside down. And if we were to properly understand priorities, it would solve the lower hanging priorities on its own. But I agree with you. I think all content now sucks, and I think a lot of it is just mass produced for distribution globally, especially to India and China. So it's got to be, rated PG, and it is woke. And the government, unfortunately, Trump is just one man, and one man has difficulty changing culture and leading it, because it's like supposedly a slow change.
It's not a fucking change, dude. The Democrats were doing the same fucking thing in the early 1990s. There was this cultural phenomenon with fucking Donald Trump in the 90s. Everybody was all cool in the fucking gang with him. He remained a Democrat his whole fucking life. He's still a Democrat right now, dude. What the fuck does that tell you? He's not a conservative.
Well,
what does that tell you about fucking culture and society at large that are fucking isolating them fucking selves and believing this bullshit where they put their fucking thumb on the fucking scale and making something out? Donald Trump, right? We actually have a Democrat in the fucking White House right now, and people don't even know it. The dude's views didn't change from the 1990s to now. They're the same fucking thing. All the shit he's doing right now is all the shit the Democrats were doing in the late 80s, early 90s, all the way up to the fucking 2000s, leading up to Obama.
Well,
it's all bullshit.
I mean, before getting to that, I just want to say that, like, people think I'm a troll on this app.
Well, let's be real, dude. Like, how can people sit there and literally brainwash themselves into this fucking shit, dude? Like the real influence here is coming from, like I said, a bunch of fucking teenagers that are probably in their early 20s now, just getting into college. They hear about how they have entitlements to feminism. They hear about, the racism and all this, and then they bring it all back with them, and they think this is the problem of the fucking world of today, dude, when all that shit's already been resolved. That's what the fucking problem is. You got a lot of brainwashed little shits running around.
Well, see, I think you got your dates wrong, personally. I've read that the problem in America really began in the 60s with the hippie movement and that cultural movement in America, that the government should have ended it before it took off. And that's actually the cancer in our society. And they're all, in their 70s and 80s now, retired, collecting pensions, and they're all hypocrites. These are very common complaints. I'm just saying that, to me, I said earlier that I was a troll, but I'm actually a filmmaker, and I have, 100 YouTube accounts with 100,000 plus videos.
From the 1960s to the 1970s, we resolved that issue, right? In the 1980s, everybody was doing interracial relationships. Everybody was all cool in the fucking gang with it. Then when we're in the early 90s, and the culture reflects everybody trying to make the world a better place, clean up your garbage, treat everybody fucking better and kinder, all this other nonsense. And then you get to 1998 when the new metal culture comes out, the Attitude Era, where everybody's fucking flipping bird and saying, hey, I don't give a fuck, it doesn't make, fuck you. This, like, all of that punk shit, right? And then slowly from 2000 up to 2015, dude, something happened here where, like, these fucking kids got their hands on the culture now. They're getting into the filmmaking, they're getting into all this shit, and somehow, because that's what kids do, they sit on the internet all fucking day in 4chan, sit all day on the internet, on fucking TikTok, on Facebook, on fucking Reddit, okay? And there's fucking poison that gets injected into fucking culture, bro. Wait, what, we're doing racism again? Oh, we're doing feminism again? Oh, we're doing, like, how many fucking things can I stack up and be like, hey, we're doing it all over again when most of these fucking problems are, like, generally resolved? Like, even the early 1990s, if you were a fucking racist, man, you would be socially disparaged for being an asshole like that. When the fuck did it ever come back in 2015?
People got tired of being called racist when they weren't.
Well, that's the point, dude. Like, now racism or misogyny or all of these different words, right? All of them, right? It has lost its absolute fucking meaning, and people are getting fatigued out from it. And
it's cyclical.
These are the people that are the politicians, the people that make the films, this is the people that run the music industries, this is the Disneyland, this is all the kinds of shit that they're fucking into, dude. And they're just poisoning the fucking well at this point.
It's a list of top 50 buzzwords that Democrats use. I realized this yesterday in a room. I was like, I really need to learn the verbiage that left wokeists are using regularly, because no matter what the topic is, it will come back up. It's almost like on their calendars. And they just keep recycling the topics, but they never get to important topics like tax reform. Never, ever, because they're not interested in actual reality. They're more interested in their delusional makeup, create a new utopia society, not based on math or science or physics, but based on their feelings of what is social equity justice. I mean, that's why I'm saying, Regal, like, your complaint for a highly annoying person. Again, this room started out as a highly annoying person support room. I know I'm, co-opting your room and declaring that, but I'm just saying that be the solution, be the outcome now in everything you do, and then there's no room for complaint. And I hope you're doing that. Hello?
Dude, this goes levels above and beyond stating the fucking obvious, right? Because this stuff really is obvious, but it's really fucking not. Now, if you point this shit out, you're a transphobe, you're a racist, you're a misogynist, for simply stating the fucking obvious. Like, you gotta make a fucking, what the fuck is that? What the hell is it? No, it's the act that they made in the fucking Biden administration for, like, fucking trans people. I can't remember the name of the fucking bill because I just don't really care about fucking politics at this point. But it's like, here's a percentage. You got the LGBTQ community, makes up 10% of the fucking population. Now you've got less. Now you have even less than 10% of the population, right? These are trans people. Why are we allocating a bunch of fucking funds for, like, all of the like a super elite group of fucking outliers?
It's political. It's super normal stimulus.
Just to satisfy their feelings, so they feel like there's a security net. It's absolutely fucking insane. Why are we doing that?
For real, that stuff killed the life.
At 18, you can get cosmetic surgery. When you turn 18, you can do whatever the fuck you want with yourself. What was the fucking point of that to begin with?
That's all they had to do. And people would have been like, okay, well, I don't really agree with this person. But when they just said, yeah, we're going to come after kids, that's it. That's when they completely lost their aim. And they walked it back for all the LGBTQ. Because of that one group of people, it got walked back for everybody.
Like it's so fucking obvious. right? You can't point, like, that's the point that I'm trying to make to you, dude. You can't point the fucking obvious out to people anymore because they just don't know what the fuck you're talking about because it's not obvious to them. So there's something else going on there.
It requires like weirdos like us to kind of see this stuff, and then unfortunately, because maybe people like us are very tribalistic.
Between England and the United States, for an example, you have all of this anti-natalist rhetoric around you need your right to have an abortion because you just need it. Because you're a woman. You're entitled to do what you want with your body. Meanwhile, over there in fucking England, they're moving in dozens of Muslims because they're under replacement rate because they need people in civilization to operate the fucking machinery, to turn the fucking lights on and off, to keep the, you know, all the infrastructure going. You need people with fucking minimalistic basic skills to do laboring work. To like basically have that to fucking fix all the fucking potholes in their country between fucking winters and summers and all this shit. So instead of sitting there making, you know, let's say, let's get rid of fucking feminism because it's already achieved its fucking goals, and obviously they're not going to roll back on that, right? Let's get the propaganda up for actually supporting people who are mothers to get replacement rates back up. But you know that's too fucking obvious, though.
But that walks back feminism. That's the thing. Like feminism, ultimately, you know how it started, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. And I'm also familiar with the fact that somebody who commits themselves to feminism, they don't care about how it came along. They don't care about where they're going with it. Most people, if you state the obvious to them and you say, well, how do you resolve for this issue? They don't fucking talk about it. They don't care. This is an obvious problem. You can point right at it, tell them what it is for how it is and whatever the case may be. And it falls on deaf fucking ears. I don't care. Because you can take your money and you can give it to an organization and they'll do it for you. There has to be somebody out there that's going to protect me or give me a security net if I keep paying fucking into it. Like, I mean, does anybody know what happens to the tax money anymore? Where it goes?
It goes into a black hole. There's no tracking.
You don't get enough time. You get barely enough time in the fucking week to yourself to even care about any of this shit.
Yeah, it's true.
My roads look like the surface of the moon. I don't know where the money's going.
Well, where's the fucking outrage for fucking everybody in their fucking world being locked in their fucking homes because a bunch of fucking scientists said we needed to fucking do it, and then they ended up being fucking wrong about what they said. Well, where's the outrage to that? Oh, none? Yeah, somebody else will take care of it. I pay my taxpayers money.
Gray, welcome. This is a highly annoying person support room built for highly annoying people. I want to thank you for coming. No. You just didn't know that we set up this room about an hour and a half ago dedicated to supporting highly annoying people, and we just sit back and listen. We tried to use our lips less than our ears. Welcome to highly annoying person support room. Hi, Gray.
Hey, what's up? How's everyone's Thursday?
Pretty good. Could be better.
Listen, if you're a highly annoying person and you know it,
I think I can be annoying to certain people. And other people like me, other people don't.
It's got to be highly.
I trigger Andrew. I know that.
see, Regal here was
Are you proud of that?
Regal was triggered by Andrew's behavior and how rude he is to Regal and doesn't give Regal his.
Are you being fucking you with me right now?
No, I'm just trying to say that, like, in the hierarchy of Christ, I personally think that Andrew has a higher position than you, but I am just a highly annoying person. Hello?
No, but Andrew cares about what people think about him. And he needs these sort of groups to validate his he knows nothing else. And
it's the same thing with Muhammad. He's a Muslim.
He's getting worse, though, too, because he's getting validated and enabled to what once was a joke about autism.
Well, right. It's not a debate on here. We're not doing philosophy. We're not debating philosophy. If you notice, it's really just a discussion at the end of the day. Because in debate, you don't sit there and say, hey, I can't explain this to this person. Hey, someone else on the stage that's smarter than me. Can you explain this to this person? Or in other words, for me?
After the explosion, a stranger
I can't
still had no idea what had happened when the mysterious old man had just
whether or not he's Christian, because he sets his own
Butcher had fallen into an
brethren up for
no matter
slaughter.
how much Huey called out to
For
him.
validation of these
Wasting
atheists.
time, he's gone.
It's weird, and I think he cares more about
An endless nightmare.
his
Some guys are terminal
and
behavior.
being like, sort of tired of the way, and he cares deeply. Like, if he comments on anything, he gets mad of him. He just wants to be considered in how people perceive him. Like, when you debate, that's why he gets off to other people.
Now only mine's
Because he's like a little puppeteer controlling everything
There's no
around
way I would let my revenge plan fall.
You really think he has all that control over all the atheists that disagree with you?
No, I mean, he tries
I
to.
would immediately kill
You'll see.
But I seem to hear
It just doesn't happen, dude. They just hang out with each other while quietly agreeing with each other. And it's just the few steps. He just, he has like dedicated people that stayed in the room over the past couple of years, and they get quiet in there, and they stop speaking to each other because they have nothing to talk about. They'll sit on they'll sit in silence in there. And he likes to go out and, get other people into the room so they can change it up every once in a while. I don't see an issue with it, to be honest, dude.
Honestly,
After we emerge from the forest,
I think an issue with it
like priests.
is like they're treating this like it's a debate central. Like, I don't know if you actually get on YouTube and actually watch a formal debate. Okay, great. Obviously, his room is not a formal debate channel. It's an open discussion channel where it's a free flow. This is not debate.
it's an echo. They talk about the same ideas over and over again.
After sending the nun to meet her maker as well, we arrived at a farmhouse. I could clearly sense that Mindstorm was hiding inside. Soon as I where
So we
raised the wish to signal Huey not to act rashly and away from his What I didn't expect was that Huey actually used his superpower to teleport Mindstorm
People care too much about what
Huey had made a deal with Mindstorm. If he woke Butcher from the illusion, Huey would have to escape.
I'm the last one, or I'm sorry for him. A lot of times I'm misinformed of how to really know lives,
To be honest, I assume we can post all of these motherfuckers on here. That's why I just don't use philosophy anymore. Like, one time, it was getting to a point where, when I first joined this fucking platform and I went into, Andrew's rooms, it was almost everybody in the fucking room were, debating me at once. And, one time I even did an abortion syllogistic argument, right? And the fucking gall, dude, it was hilarious. They just ran it through ChatGPT to act like they didn't do that, and they said, oh, this is not the proper logic to be using. And I'm like, dude, I'm not just take the fucking logic.
Yeah, they introduce some sort of nuance or some flavor to the argument. Like, for some people, it's just unheard of, and they can't really process properly unless it's formulated a certain way. And it's ran these arguments over and over. They were
I like to overly not that I'm hateful towards a particular people group, but I have my rhetoric down packed where it's kind of the goal is to literally make fucking transsexuals, homosexuals, and fucking whatever you may have it with all of this free love nonsense that they have, and they all want to include people and be inclusive. But at the same time, it's just as long as you fucking agree with them, and they don't like that, and I get it, but you have to sit there and listen to all the rhetorical shock value of what the opposite paradigm is. So it's I just don't really even fucking bother anymore. Nobody's doing philosophy on here, it's just, hey, these are my pals and my buddies having an open discussion. So I don't even take it seriously anymore.
I don't think you should, and I think that a lot of the times we're wasting our time.
So you never should have taken it seriously from the beginning.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Shut up, dude. When you sit down and you write when you basically write a whole syllogism, you write down all your definitions, you have your semantics down pat, and then you try to actually put or demonstrate some kind of effort. Just to say, we don't give a shit about your effort. We're the arbiter. I it's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm different, and I've been around the debate community for 10 years, so.
Dude, it's original, right? Like, at least I originally try to do something or make it fun or come up with my own original ideas. They're sitting and repeating.
Wait, did you just shut the fuck up, Roy?
All right, quiet.
Yeah, but a lot of these people don't.
Gotta call out people when they use profanity against me. Every time I repeat it to them.
Social structures where they could, talk about the same thing over and over. Comfortable doing that. I don't want to sit in a room hearing the problem of evil over and over again. I've done it for 10 years. I've done it for 10 fucking years. We're never gonna get over it. We're never gonna solve the fucking problem. It's like these people think they're fucking philosophy pros, they're gonna solve this problem. It's everyone's got their point of view, but it's just at what point are you wasting your time? Are you here to look for answers? Are you here to have a nuanced conversation? Or are you just belting out that you know stuff? And you're going to sit comfortably, repeating the same things over and over again. Go outside. Fuck. Get a job. Jeez.
Right.
And people hold so much credence on being the best at these things. It's never going to get you anywhere. No one really cares.
None of these guys are that's what they do because they break the fucking rules all the time. I'm sorry, dude, but if you're an atheist and you're completely committed to materialism or naturalism, right? And then here's the other thing as well. There must be 120 different kinds of fucking atheists, right? People can't define what fucking atheism is anymore, right? So you have to.
I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Saw on the broken sidewalk. Got in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you stay. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get me. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence in the silence. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love, love is now, right here, right now. So let me know. Why does it look bad? I'm not here taking phone calls, you know what I'm saying? I'm creating reports for you. This is so stupid. And I was like, but that's how it is. And he was like, I would say, you know, it's a game. You know, it's all a game. It's like, that's not. Yeah, I just hate, like, it's like I get it. I understand the corporate world where it's, you know, it's all about profit margins and, you know, EBITDA and whatever, you know. So it's like I get it, but at the same time, it's like, gosh, sometimes I wish we could just talk about this stuff like normal human people, you know, where it's like, oh, well, why did this take so long? Because that's how long it took me, you know? Right. Like, and that stuff I understand, but literally just making it look like I'm doing something, even if it's not, I'm not supposed to have my task receipt for like 15 minutes. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Tower on the broken sidewalk. God in the grocery stand. You get me. Now it's wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here. Love is now. Tell me how to hold this. Show me now. My mama's rooted by label fear and pride. Then I watched them turn to sunlight. When you step outside, truth is a self-destruction. Not a blade, not a chain. If I be slow, I hear it sing. If I be slow, everything. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. I'm a hold this, show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence in the silence. Yes, now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now, right here, right now. Show
wine in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Saw on the broken sidewalk. Got in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you say, if I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get me. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. Tell me how to hold this. Show me now.
Labors, but it has bandages around the eyes, like he's blind. But when the bandages get stripped away, it's like he's the evil side. In general, you control everything. You don't even need a military anymore. You have absolute control. They're not going to stand by and let that happen.
That shit easy. I mean, just a piggy. Like the person that wore it, the woman that wore it would have had to been not barely even 5 feet tall. You know, like it's weird.
I mean, oh, you can't say this or speak like that to so like fuck out of here, dude. Like we're grown adults.
Yeah.
LGBTQ+.
He will get so triggered over some things, but he will allow racist and transphobia. But he will get so upset over something so small. Like, whenever I said the other day, oh my god, this was crazy. I said in the chat, I said, Andrew put 2 people up as mods who hate each other. And he was like, hey guys, look what Grey wrote. Look what Grey wrote, guys. And then he was so triggered by that instead of looking at the chat and seeing the transphobia, the racism and stuff like that. So he's very, like, on a morals perspective,
John,
like, emotionally, like, stunted.
you really want to come up here?
Cookie, up with Danny making the most annoying children on the planet.
Yeah, I was just in Regal's room and I brought up, I said, is this a support therapy room for perhaps highly annoying people? And, you know, eventually he kicked me to the goo after he told me to shut the fuck up. And he's in a room complaining about the way that Andrew demeans him and talks to him. But yet he himself has a very potty mouth. So I'm just suggesting that I think we all admit that there are 10% to 20% of the population that are highly annoying people. And that could be what's socially causing so many problems. Hello?
I was gonna say, I think we need an exchange program for like East Coast incels to like send them out west and like let them like shoot, cardboard boxes and shit to like get it all out so they aren't whining on the internet all the time.
Did you hear about the last Jews of Afghanistan? Yeah.
No, who gives a fuck? What the fuck are they doing there?
There were 2 of them, and the guy was so annoying. I guess they put him in jail, but then he was in the jail and he annoyed the people in the jail so much they let him out of jail. I forget the story. There was like two Jewish men left in Afghanistan. They kept fighting with each other. It's just like a funny story. I don't know.
It's adorable. Two Jews arguing with each other on the screen.
Well, I just want to say something about the title of this room. Great topic, nature of God. Maybe you want to capitalize the N. Maybe you want to keep it small, up to you. But the big G is always what's interesting. And what I want to just say quickly is that, I'll be succinct, is that intelligence is truly the definition of God. And I think that's why all of these AI, articles and complaints about they're worried that the GOD AI is going to get out of the laboratory. It's going to be like Age of Ultron, the Avengers. Then we'll have to like put McZed in an Iron Man suit so he can litigate with an impenetrable, titanium, uranium suit. Anyways, I'm just saying the true nature of God is obviously the opposite of ignorance and stupidity and highly annoying people. And, a lot of these Christians on this app that are highly annoying people, I just wish they could get into the Jesus Avatar simulator at Disneyland and see what it's like to walk around as a happy, nice person who doesn't degrade, insult, embarrass, shame, and be a total asshole all the time. That to me is what probably Jesus was like. He was probably like the nicest hippie you ever met. And he was really upset with the way that the Romans were dealing with everybody, and maybe even like what some of the puffiest, religious people were doing.
Have you been watching the Foundation series, John?
No, what? That's Asimov.
Oh man, like the last.
This is yours, right?
The last iteration of the day Cleon and that is like the best pieces ever.
Why would they advocate to kill Jesus if they think he's a good man now? Are Jews changing their position?
You're not going to be able to cut that.
What we're trying to say is, as Megatron gets through the workday,
See how it has the
Rabbi is clearly a hap, a highly annoying person. See, there are other types of haps. See, Rabbi's actually a funny and somewhat intelligent hap. See, McZed is also categorized in the DSMV of a hap. However, McZed is actually intelligent, so it lowers his hap rating on the index. You see how that works?
Seriously, what's 5 levels above a hap?
An EAP, extremely annoying person.
That's you.
I'm glad I don't bow down to the Talmud and the Zohar.
In my defense of being a highly annoying person, I just want to say I am a filmmaker on YouTube.
Extremely annoying person.
Well, I'm a level 5 hap. Imagine what a level 10 hap is like. And that's why I say there is a component in the nature of God which is highly annoying. Never overlook God's wide range of emotions and abilities to annoy. I am complete.
What's your favorite part of the Constitution?
I think the stickiness of the God concept is the most annoying thing about God.
My thing is, I don't think the Torah advocates for the Talmud in any shape or form. When did God need to be corrected by a man?
Why would the Torah advocate for writings that came along after it that just analyze it and are constantly changing to, address the times?
Why would God need man to write down his ideas in the first place?
No, all we need is mushrooms.
That is correct.
No, I don't think we need the mushrooms at all because some people, they can't handle it, and I don't want to deal with those
Portobello?
If you can't handle the mushrooms, you shouldn't be talking about religion. You should
What
just
about Portobello's?
understand that you're not able to handle it and just go away from that whole conversation.
So,
It's sort of like that quote, like, you want the truth, you can't handle the truth.
The problem is there's far too many people that can't handle mushrooms think they're religious leaders.
I want more mushrooms, please.
Consult your local hippie.
Why do you guys match?
Because we're special.
Are you guys working together?
He's exact opposite corner of the continental United States than I am, so no.
Yeah, we just like mugs. We just love drinking tears.
I only drink tears once a year.
Here's Greg. He's only a level 4. He hasn't quite reached your level, John.
What level am I, Cora?
You're not highly annoying at all. You're like the cuddle puddle guy. You're just like yeah.
See,
I do like cow pops.
I'm just trying to get across that a lot of people who complain, they are 100% the problem.
You're fucking complaining in here. Now I gotta hear your shit.
Oh, I'm not complaining.
Don't come in here and start complaining about people complaining, because now you're
You're complaining about my Well, I wasn't even complaining, and now you're complaining about me not I wasn't complaining. I was trying to make an observation. I was trying to observe.
All right, well, you said it already. You said it 4 fucking times already.
Listen, lay off the meth. Lay off the meth when you get to work, you know? You could become a highly annoying person.
Oh shit.
I think Adderall actually makes people even more annoying. And I have had many friends.
I'm telling you, yeah, it does.
I've had many friends, yeah.
If you want, I'll pop a fucking 30 right now, and I'll have you fucking so annoyed in like 15, 20 minutes, you wouldn't know what hit you.
Well, I'm just trying to say that when you have too many haps in your presence.
I got fucking 40 of them in my pocket right now.
I've had friends that are haps, but only one friend at a time. I'm just trying to say, when engaging with a highly annoying person, if you have too many haps, you end up with an EAP situation. Extremely annoying persons.
You have to.
I am complete. I've landed my plane.
Prioritize, please. Unbelievable.
Did Greg just come in here to crop dust us with belches? Is that what it was?
Okay, Regal. Moderators, point of order, moderator. I am now bridging the gap, bridging highly annoying persons up. Hello, highly annoying persons. I'm trying to connect you with Megatron's room. We are now in a full conference call. Listen, highly annoying people. I'm in Megatron's room. They kicked me.
I'm surprised. He calls people's friend.
You know what? I rarely read one of John's profiles, but I actually want to see what his karma is. So I'm about to do that. Let's see.
I'm losing my karma.
If you look at my PTR, I want to point out that is a Saudi royal prince.
How the fuck did that happen?
The Saudi royal prince is actually a Nazi. He met with Hitler at Berkish Gardens. A little known fact of Saudi history that the king of Saudi Arabia prizes his Hitler dagger. These Saudis are Nazis.
Some in our best memory voice and say, Islamo-fascist.
What does that do for us, John? Like,
I think rabbis are Nazi. Secret.
For me? No.
All right, so are we all going in? Are we all going to go in the other room, or are we going to tell Regal to come in here?
Let's all go to Regal's room and just call him a very highly annoying person.
How many people are in his room?
There's like 9 people in there right now.
10?
He doesn't have a minion yet. Ribono Shalom. Let's go make a minion.
Like 10 on stage or 10 altogether?
6 on stage, 2 in the audience. It's Regal's world. The one thing I always forget about Clubhouse is that men love women and they want to fuck. And so there's this like underlying sexual thing that happens on Clubhouse where desperate incel men who finally get to talk to a woman because there's like an excitement there, even though they never will pop a load. That's actually what happens with a lot of these people. Just talking to a woman is the most exciting thing that will ever happen to them that entire week. Talking to maybe a beautiful woman here on Clubhouse. Just ask Danny. Danny, how many guys on here are just so fucking happy to talk to you because you're a woman?
No, they told me I'm ugly. They told me I look like a man. They told me I had a big nose. They told me
They're
a
just
lot of
nagging
things.
you. They're just nagging you down. You don't worry about it.
They're
Yeah,
jealous that
they
their
told
nose
me
is
that
not
my
bigger than
nudes
yours.
are on Pornhub.
See, Honey agrees with me. He thinks that a lot of these conversations that happen and a lot of the green bean tyranny is like of men that are incels. They're just like so happy to talk to a woman. It's like so exciting for them.
Well, Regal's one of those.
The diversity in this
no
room
one
is-
when he encounters one. You know.
It's pretty good.
I think we have to hold the Bolsheviks accountable for what they did and what monsters they are.
You know, I
See what a pliable, gentle little puppy he becomes if like you talk to him one on one.
I'm surprised we haven't rounded up all the Bolsheviks and brought them to trial.
You know, Elon Musk talks about cognitive security a lot, and I just got to say, Tsar Nicholas definitely did not have enough cogsec. He and his family, I mean, they got themselves killed. They didn't know how to
Didn't
properly.
he get cucked by Rasputin, or was that the one before?
Yeah, Rasputin was involved in all that. There was an assassination of Rasputin, actually, by British intelligence.
I'm willing to bring the Bolsheviks to trial.
He wouldn't die, but the reason he had power over the guy was because the son had a bleeding disorder and he claimed to be able to like fix it.
Let's
or,
be
like,
honest.
You know where that bleeding disorder came from?
Where?
Queen Victoria.
But what Rasputin's personal hygiene was so bad, his body odor, his filth, like he was so dirty that like it gave him a mystique, like a stench that like actually was so pugnacious and you know it could permeate through a room that it was part of his allure. He smelled like shit.
I think we have to go after their estates, go after all that they acquired through evil.
Highly powerful women where like kind of like with guys that are like, you know, CEOs or whatever, that they have to seek out like the most humiliating sort of like sexual partners like in order to get on. Maybe that's what it was about.
So if you look at my PTR, again, you'll see a Saudi prince who was sent by King Abdul to go to Hitler. And see, this guy in my PTR was actually rewarded because he advised the king to stay loyal to the British, which he did. And as a reward, the guy in my PTR got huge rewards from the king of Saudi Arabia because he advised him well not to betray the British and join Hitler. All I'm trying to say is that my point is I have no point. And I want to thank you all for just listening to my brief observations.
Yes, you're very round. You're spherical. You're very pointless.
I think they should line up all the world's police forces and go after the Bolsheviks. Find them.
Mr. Crawley was a psyop.
Find the Bolsheviks, hold them accountable. They did the most evil in the world.
Oh, so I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm producing a new film.
Bolsheviks only killed 2 million Jews.
I'm producing a new
6
film.
million.
Oh, I knew I had a point. I forgot my point. This is my point, is that my PTR is actually a screenshot from a video. And in this video, you can see Hitler acting like a faggot, like a low IQ schmuck. And so what I'm trying to say is Hitler is just like AOC. He creates social media content reels of him like walking around doing shit to like display in German movie theaters as propaganda. So I'm creating a new movie called Hitler the Schmuck, the Hitler you never knew, the asshole schmuck who basically was a terrible leader and created propaganda films all day, every day, just like how they do on social media today. So the film is called Hitler the Schmuck You Never Knew. And it's about a guy who's a total asshole faggot who creates social media videos all day long to try to propagandize and distribute influence because he was hoping that this video with the Saudi guy was going to be like a big strategic win for Germany, meaning that he brought that huge oil and group of people into the fold, but it never happened. But the video that this screenshot came from, there's all these other clips of Hitler like creating videos.
You're literally trying to annoy us into going and hanging out with Regal instead. Like,
yeah. I thought this was a highly annoying person support group. Is because Rabbi's here, Danny's here.
I was thinking about making a movie calling Bolshevik the Jerk-Offs.
So mean to me.
Danny, it's a compliment. You're in the upper echelon of the
All
hat.
right, they're killing the room. They're killing the room. All right, but you guys got to go in the audience.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. Fuck, man.
The highly annoying person show. HAPS. Dinner for Schmucks is what we like to call
A
it.
circular conversation where nobody can go in. It's somebody driving in the roundabout, just never taking the exit.
Oh, you gotta get in there with it. Is that how you get in there?
Yeah, but the Bolsheviks were very gay. They're disgusting. They're the low.
Is the person in your profile pic going down or up?
Good question. I don't know. I guess it's perspective, right?
Yeah.
I'd have to say going up, because if you look at their arms, they're going downwards. Or trying to grab something.
Maybe they're waving goodbye. They're like, bye-bye, asshole, you know?
High-fiving everyone on the way.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is down isn't necessarily bad. Like, if you're, like, Merkaba or, like, you know, that kind of concept, like, Tariot mysticism, that you descend through the heavens. You don't rise through them, so.
I'm going to go over to Regal's room quickly. I'll be right back. I got to blow some steam off. These Bolsheviks are
like he knows what he's
got to me
talking about.
today.
So if he sounds like he knows
What
what
they
he's
did,
talking about, he must be right. And that's what Samoa thinks wins debates. Not being right or not being able to make it seem like you win. And to me,
Or you don't even know. Like, there's guys on this all they do all day long is talk about chicks. All day long.
Telegram's even worse. Like,
all day long. And it's like, after a while, it's like, yo, guys, what's going on? Like, what's up with you guys?
the Matrix world, come back.
It's,
come back and say it again, bro. We can't hear you.
I can't help.
you know,
I can't me myself. Like, I can't help.
Reddit stories and stuff like that, relationship stuff, and it's just kind of interesting. But to me, man, that aside, listen to this lady on speakerphone. Lady used to mess around with 20 years now. She's married. She's married. He wasn't. And he called her because his daughter is dating this kid who's 20, right? And then he said the reason that he's bringing this to her attention is because he said that his daughter wanted him to meet this guy finally, and of course he met the guy sharing about his family and showing pictures, and there's a picture of this lady.
Oh, I saw that one.
Yes, right. Right. You saw that. Yeah.
I saw it. What's it called? Mike the
yeah, it's so. You said what?
He said Louis.
Yeah, he was in St. Louis. And he was like him. And he was like him. Hey, but
I missed it. He finished another story.
So in any event, he's talking to the lady, right? And he's like, he wants to get these because he doesn't want his daughter having sex with what he thinks to be her brother, right? But the lady is so not right, right? Because she said you didn't care then, why should you care now? And he said, oh, my daughter, having sex with, her brother, right? And he was like, why didn't you DNA test, right? And then she was like, well, because I'm married, my husband, like, you know what I'm saying? He's his kid. She was all nonchalant about it and didn't really care. That's the part.
I'm gonna be honest though. I think that was fake.
might have been. It might
You
have
know
been.
what I'm saying? That shit was so good.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It was so good because he was like, yo, like, listen, man, I know they having sex. He's like, how you know? He's like, because they've been together over a year. And now she finally brought this dude, to me like, oh, I think I found the one. She was like, all right, listen, if they do have a baby, I know he's a good guy. I know he'll take care. He's like, that's not the point. He's like, she might be sleeping with a brother.
I think we need to
I said
pick up a collection,
It sounds like a Florida story.
buy a surplus aircraft carrier.
And I don't have any reason for saying that other than the fact I want to take the attention away from that kind of shit that happens in St. Louis all the time. So, but we clearly do know that Florida has a lot of incest shit like that going on. We can't say that, right? There's a whole lot of that. A lot of motherfuckers are related double time and triple time with your cousins and shit like that. Don't even know it. Not so much us. Maybe like once or twice, every now and then. We're not as bad. All right, but I think the bigger message is that in that story you're saying I didn't see it, but the story is the lady is lying about about the paternity of that child.
No. He hit her up on the phone. He's like, hey, we gotta talk. You remember 20 years ago, when you said you was pregnant? He said, I didn't say anything because, I was smashing, unprotected. You was with your man. I had my girl. You was my side thing and everything like that. But now I started talking about, his daughter bringing home this dude. And, he started talking about family. And he showed a picture. And you was mom. It's like, now, I want to know. Like 20 years past. Now I want to know. That's what she did.
But yeah, when I heard it, the woman said, why you care now?
Yeah, exactly. She was like,
so she moved on. She got a man, right? And she said,
she been out of man, but it was
Because that's her husband.
Because that's her husband. That's her husband. He was like, he's like, why you care? That's what she was saying. Because he was like, why? He's like, why we didn't do anything? Why you didn't do the DNA test back then? He's like, because it wasn't anything like that, And she's like, why you care now? And then he was like,
I was gonna take care of your ass.
Ashley knew the husband was going to take care of the kid.
Yeah, and that's what she said too. Yeah, she said, I don't know he's gonna take it. And he's like, you think he care? You think he think it's this? He's like, why wouldn't he think it's this? He's like, right.
And that's what I'm trying to say. That's the main problem. That's the problem there. I think that was like the bigger message that some secrets can come back up.
It's an honor to do that.
Oh my. Now you got some little lines on it. No, you did not.
No, I don't have any. So
that nigga stood up first.
He's like, no, I'm proud.
St. Louis is a very, very small town.
Children, Bernie Sanders woke me up.
And I'm moving down. Yeah, do it.
He just come in the room. He can't be a
I'm not sitting on if you have an issue.
He can't be a normal person.
I think he's bisexual. He can't,
he loves people getting aggressive with him, bro.
So, he's like, I like the way you be scratching and crawling away and shit. I like that.
Yeah, I like when you get all ghetto.
What is that? I see. Oh.
So I like when you get a I like that shit.
Which city?
Please define the city, sir, and I will meet you there.
I don't operate like that.
Wait, hold on. Is that like...
Oh, look who's here. Do you want to talk to your friend?
Who, me?
Do you know who this is? Yeah, this is John Kitover. Should we take him?
No, we're not friends. I'm not friends with traitors to the race. This Ashkenazi is a traitor.
Not a traitor.
Challenge accepted.
Get on tomorrow, or you are a coward and a lick spittle. Choose your second.
Well, regardless of who wins the fight, we are either heartbroken or heartbreakers. And I believe that Nura Bandura Princessia is the worst heartbreaker amongst us. She is a hypocrite heartbreaker. She feigns her cry wolf attitude of Diego, I love you and I miss you and I am in love. But when in truth, she is a shameless and heartless heartbreaker herself.
Your heart has been broken, Mr. Kitover. Lead you to say impetuous and fiery things. You cannot possibly be in a sober mind. I shall end you tomorrow, but I shall regret it.
I shall call my secret weapon Brad Stoffenberger in Houston, Texas to defend my reputation against you.
Very well.
Shameless Ashkenazi traitor.
I shall choose Clinton from the state of Tennessee. Ohio, Tennessee, I don't know, but he'll be there.
Choose your champion. Choose your champion, and he shall be defeated by my powerful war engine.
You have only dreams, and I shall send you to the blackest depths of hell, where you will be free to dream to escape the torment of damnation's hellfire.
That's what I thought I was right now. Hence, I'm here with Princessia, the most cruel and vicious of them all.
Truly a tragedy to kill such a specimen as this. A madman, yes, but what else was John the Baptist but a madman? A man before...
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Well, John, I will.
I think you were in the Matrix.
No,
I had
building
some
codes, because I built a bear
while I'm
once.
soliloquizing.
I'm building it. So if anybody has any questions to address to me,
But you know what's scary?
you
The
know,
movie Bus Boys.
Yeah.
no,
I don't
Don't ever
watch
watch it. Yeah.
I won't. I don't want
it's much more,
See?
much
It
more
was so
useful than
bad.
my masters.
It's so
and
bad.
real estate
Have you watched it recently?
being on the freaking team development.
Oh, definitely. Like you
I apologize, but I'm trying to bridge highly annoying people between two different rooms and conference calls. Welcome to the bridge line of highly annoying people. I have Nora Bandura and Diogenes in the other room. Say hello, everybody.
Why are you so obsessed?
Noah, welcome to the highly annoying person support.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Be as annoying as you want to be. This is for highly annoying people. This is a safe space for haps.
You crop testing us with Belgians again, Greg? Good job. First of all, I'm not annoying by any means.
No,
or
yeah,
stretch
you
of
are.
the
You're very
imagination.
annoying.
You sound like a real
You're like pushing 70 years old. You need to start finding nursing homes, bitch. I don't know why the fuck you're over here arguing with me.
You don't even sound cute.
No, I mean, that's not like
I'm not trying to sound cute. The fuck?
I want to also call out Hamza as also being a live annoying person.
Stop spurting. Just because you're not. Stop spurting. Stop spurting.
We're being streamed on YouTube. Do you consent, Diogenes?
I don't not. But I welcome the opportunity for additional coverage.
Like I'm asking, you're saying you're just a nerd that knows the sign. Why aren't you a nerd that just knows the sign and has a pack of matches and happens to be an arsonist?
Me personally?
Shame on you, cowards who claim to be of Southern heritage.
Look, there's a sign of a building if anyone would be happy to burn down. Why is that not just encouraging arson?
I think that's a better question for an arsonist, maybe.
I don't know.
Real estate developer, arsonist, same thing. They're dumb buildings.
Well,
So,
don't come to my town. I'll report you next time.
Why? Your town is the one encouraging it to.
You may not.
No, I know, you're right. He is insane. I don't know why.
Probably drugs.
I really think that's why most people are insane. Drugs.
Yep. A lot of people lose their mind. I have that drugs. Do I do drugs? Yeah, caffeine, nicotine, sugar. But the harder stuff has to be put aside when you have a family. And public interest. So those things.
Oh, well, she's my grandma, so I beat you. I win.
What does that make you, like 2 years old?
Oh, that makes me. It does not make me that age. She has a son.
Pretty sure. Yeah, her oldest kid is barely in their teens. So.
Yeah, that's the latest one that she had, the latest edition. Yeah, that was like an unplanned one. The other one she has is, well, over 50. Yeah.
Some kind of drunk.
What, did she, like, time travel or something?
Yo, McZed, are you an atheist?
No.
Oh, I thought you were an atheist. Not bad.
At this point, the way that you believe Hamza, you're an atheist too. Because, bitch, we don't know what. It's not about intelligence at all. It's not about how smart you are.
I know what Hamza believes.
It's about how illogical your belief system is.
Oh, just point out one illogical thing. Point out a contradiction in my belief, and I'll get rid of it.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Well, let's tell your belief system, and you'll see the contradiction. It's pretty freaking visible.
Oh, thanks, Noah, for that input. Thank you. Do you know a contradiction I believe in? Because I swear to God, I'll get rid of it.
No, I swear to God, I'll
She's giggling. You know, she's into me. We can flirt in the DMs, you know what I mean? But right now, we're having a serious conversation.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
She's dying.
Don't do that now. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why do you do that?
It's so weird. It makes us laugh because you're repulsive.
I'm Cora, don't make me turn my attention to you. 1 second. What do you want about repulsive? I'm very charming.
No, you're
intelligent.
You're repulsive.
Oh, you tripping in your life. What do you want about? People are giving me hands up. Like, what are you tripping? You deserve, Cora, you know who you deserve on stage? Name him. What was Zolfi?
What I serve, I put a 6 foot tall Puerto Rican that makes 6 figures. Sure.
Zolfi's Puerto Rican.
Who's Zolfi, first of all?
I meant to say.
Are they in the room?
I meant to say Zesty.
Rabbi, why aren't you cute, Rabbi? Can we talk about that? Why are the men in this room are on Clubhouse, like all of them? Like, why?
Because most men are ugly.
No, women are ugly, the fuck. Men are usually hot, but I don't know what the fuck is going on with Clubhouse. They all look like inbreed.
You live in Serbia or something? Like, where are the hot men?
I don't know if you've seen Serbian men or not. No homo.
Serbian men are hot.
Yes, indeed they are.
He's been drinking that Flint, Michigan. There's a really bougie, very pretentious, woke bakery near my house that I would never shop at because it's run by a big fat lesbian. But and it's very expensive. But occasionally she gives her pastries away for free, and I will never turn down a free pastry.
Oh, are you the fat lesbian baker?
No, she like puts the pastries out because she's a Marxist.
So she just puts her pastries out for free.
Okay, I feel like you're speaking in code, but Dad, does she believe in God?
I'm literally not. I'm enjoying a tasty pastry right now.
It sounds like he's enjoying pastry.
Well, it's a double entendre. But Dad, you don't think so?
I believe in God. Yeah.
I believe it's pronounced entendre.
What is how is it pronounced?
I thought it was a double entendre.
No, double entendre. Dad, do you believe Jesus is God?
No.
Who do you believe Jesus is?
Jesus was a very wise, very centered and base, considerate individual.
Okay.
He connected with he was very close to God. He was very connected to God.
What religion did you grow up in?
Christian, Protestant, Christian, Baptist.
Okay. What do you think of the Bible itself?
The Bible is a amalgamation of several different historical important texts, but it is not the Word of God, perfect and wholesome total.
Diogenes, have you ever read the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu?
I have read parts of it. I do like Lao Tzu.
So,
isn't it Lao Tzu who said, who observed that, what is young is supple and flexible, and what is old is brittle and hard?
Because you're deterring the conversation very Jewishy of you.
Please don't fight over me, please.
No, I wanted, because I have more questions. So is that a sufficient answer for you, Zach?
Well, can you answer my question about Lao Tzu?
Yeah, of course.
Well,
what was the question?
Wasn't it Lao Tzu who observed that what is young and alive is supple and flexible, but what is dead is brittle and inflexible? Therefore, those things which are alive are flexible and adaptive. Those things which are dead are crystallized, ossified, and inflexible.
They try to make money on their own. So they're training their children to be self-sufficient from the child. I was trying to say, a lot of it is handmade stuff. Now you can buy books from the Amish on how to live sustainably out on the farms by yourself. Yeah.
They have a great deal of, I'll say, modern, contributions that, and some of them, like I said, they're the hustle with them is that they're a small niche. You're not going to find a lot of Amish handmade rocking chairs, across the nation. You're only going to find a handful, but being able to get the contracts and put a good price on those items too, so where you're not only just distributing it and doing the logistics of it, but now you have an affiliation, if you could put it that way.
Yeah, my friend was from high school. His father was the VP of Mack Trucks for a while. We had a really high school about that, but anyways. But yeah, he's I think he's the VP of an investment firm. But anyway, my whole point of it is it comes down to if you know people in the industry, you can get your foot into the door. Jobs like this, whether it be trucking, get your CDL license, get your trucking started. These are relatively easy to get into, and they pay better than just standard labor jobs. You know what I mean?
And then he just triples down.
Yeah, I mean, people are getting in and out of the industry a lot. They're always looking for people that just
whatever he's got to do.
Yeah, for anybody unemployed for
just barricades himself even a month, says he's not leaving. Right?
Yeah, so it really is an interesting scenario. So the Democrats control Congress, and one way or the other. And see, I think Trump staying in the White House is not done in any kind of a legal manner that too involves bloodshed. But somehow that happens, and somehow you end up with Trump in the White House, and Democrats not doing anything about it.
The number one way would be to, I think the number one way is to, run Vance and then, have him resign. And then we deal with that. And then people don't know what to do and they just let it happen, put him on the undercard and let it happen.
Wait, what do you mean run Vance? How does Trump become president?
Well,
he just does.
Yeah, he just does. Or of course, the scenario that works better there, because what Trump needs more than anything else is protection from the law. And so you just have Vance issue a preemptive pardon against anything that somebody might want to try Trump for.
There's an interesting piece of unsettled constitutional theory.
We got a fish on the line. We got a fish on the line.
We always had room, you just didn't take it.
Oh!
We got good fish on the line.
Yo, be my girl type shit. I'll take care of you. Better than that fucking guy. Hi, my girl.
How's it going?
And you way too pretty for him too, type shit. Like, what the fuck? Beef? Are you fucking kidding me?
Found it.
I thought you were.
I gathered that, and I will simply answer when it comes to you. I only hire my BVP. You have to be eligible to have a term as president, and since Trump will have completed 2 terms, he's not eligible. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's my logic too. But some scholars say that that's not the case. Let me pull up my research on that.
Spirit of the law.
Read the last sentence of the 12th Amendment.
Sure. This thing is so huge. It has lots of dashes. And if no person has such majority, then from the person's that's not what I think you want.
Is there any emergency provision that I don't know about because I don't know as much about the Constitution as I'd like to, that says in some kind of crazy emergency, wartime, whatever, somebody can just make shit up? Do we have that? No.
No.
There's no emergency panic button outside of the...
No. The whole 12th Amendment is one sentence. It literally has so many commas and M dashes, double dashes.
But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States.
25th. Wait. Where are you reading out? I'm looking at I have a 12th Amendment up.
12th Amendment, last sentence.
Yeah, but you can be Speaker of the House and then kill the President and Vice President.
No.
Oh, I see. Sorry, there's 3 pages. Yeah.
Is that
I think like after the designated survivor dies, like who's next?
They're ineligible. They have to.
Speaker of the House doesn't have to be eligible.
Speaker of the House doesn't have.
Yeah, that's true. I learned that this year. I never knew that.
Uncle Steve is here.
But so Steve and I agree that it's clear that he would not be allowed. But let me pull up the research because some constitutional scholars say otherwise.
I guess that would be important to notice that Steve and Benjamin are both green buttholes at the same time.
I was just going to say, too, I mean, there's also the point being that the Constitution doesn't matter anymore. We settled that in President Trump's first term. First term, when we got rid of emoluments, right? I mean, emoluments is still in there technically.
Yeah, that's like it's a fantasy pretending that that this piece of paper does anything if you still retain the military. And that's kind of largely my point. Like, what prevents him from doing I just decided this thing today, and I decided without the 2/3 vote, right? Kind of thing. Like, will forever be, because I declare it, a freaking, Trumpism,
Right. And like what stops that, right?
The
U.S. Army.
Are you saying like issuing an executive order the last day he's in office? Like
yeah, like something like I make this a law today that I can do whatever I want tomorrow, or anybody in this position does, and go screw you. By the way, I have the army. I have the military. To get the military arranged, so and I believe firmly that's what he's been doing, right? He's trying to get all the positions of power pieces that he can. Congress, like in other words, the fight is going to be too difficult for Congress across multiple states if it turns into a blue, tide kind of thing. The better fight is just control the control centers, which is the military, and tell everybody screw you and make some kind of I said so law the day before you're out.
So I think this is what Pro is getting at. Here's the nuance minority academic argument. There is a minority academic argument the 22nd Amendment only bars election to the presidency, not succession, meaning a former president could technically serve as VP and then become president again via succession, but this view is widely considered
office of president. So the argument needs to be, is that referring to the 22nd Amendment language where you can't run or investing that disbarred them from being president in the future?
You want some presidential term
Ronnie, or a third term might be Barack Obama.
Has the same issue. So what's the total number of years?
Whatever Trump does.
She can run.
Yeah, but if Barack Obama does whatever Trump does,
Donald
Trump
also having to say yes, Barack Obama can also.
Donald Trump will not read.
Do you really think he's going to run for the third term?
No, he's better likely to do that than not.
I just no constitutional convention.
Yeah, let's put it this way. Once again, I take that back a little bit. To the extent that the Constitution is just a piece of paper now, who knows what could happen? I suppose it could happen.
The best chance is that he dies. An argument to be made.
It'll public they can have a 3-seat and midterms. They always flip the switch. I think after the midterms, they're going to have a 20-seat majority minimum. 20 seats.
So that nothing gets done for the remainder of 2 years. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's my crystal ball.
Well, I have an idea. They could impeach him. How about let's impeach him?
On what charges?
Well, you need the Senate. You need the Senate.
What charges? That's the least funny part.
We can't get enough momentum to get over the act of innovation.
But Trump is on part of the conviction. That can never happen.
Well, there's a little Pyrrhic victory.
You need
Oh, you're really in the matrix.
What's the maximum number of years a person can be president?
10.
Yeah, very good. You know your stuff.
I'm a lawyer, dude.
Oh, I didn't know.
I'm a lawyer.
Is that guy who runs at Harvey's? Yeah, I think he is. Not listen. The Super Bowl granddaughter,
She
conceived 9 months before the Super Bowl.
No. She was born on Super Bowl Sunday.
Conceived 9 months,
give or take a couple of days, but she was born on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, the other way to interpret that sentence was she was
under the ballroom.
Thought they halted.
I was going to say that.
I thought he was his hearing is set for June 5th and can resume 6th.
I don't think they need to hear
you on the underground part. I'm pretty sure it does.
That's my impression.
Yeah, Leon clarified that work on an underground presidential bunker could continue, but said most above ground construction must stop.
Right.
And have you heard what that underground construction is supposed to consist of? It's amazing.
Does it go all the way to Australia?
It's exactly what you expect a small dick president with an inverted erection.
Do you have any facts about it, Billy, or are you speculating?
No. It's, just a lot.
So, Billy Sunshine, this is the first time I see you, and I read your bio, and you're a really cool guy.
Well, Billy Sunshine has been around for a while. I've seen him before.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing you.
Good to meet you. Sunshine?
So, Billy, do you remember Bob Crane as a radio host?
Worth cattling up.
Well, that's a kind of a non sequitur for Billy.
Oh, okay, all right. It's relevant since Billy Sunshine in the movie helped. Yeah, that was Robert De Niro as Billy Sunshine. No.
Wow. Is that where Billy gets his name?
You have to ask him. I don't know.
Well, okay. He doesn't seem to be responding. I think he's.
A group of.
I know that he was a radio guy, but I never heard.
Where's Beaver College?
Beaver College is in the suburbs of Philadelphia. It was in Beaver, Pennsylvania, and that's where it got its name. And amazingly enough, it was an all-women's school, Beaver College.
You're damned for saying that.
Did this team have the motto, "These beavers ain't for licking"?
Believe me, they were definitely. I slept with a lot of them and married one of them. I was the only boy at Beaver College.
And I humbly apologize. I was referring to Billy Sunday, not
There
Billy
you go.
Sunshine. Billy Sunday meant.
The creeps back in the clubhouse.
was just reading in New York City, and he was hired away from them to come to KNX, listening to him, I suspect, host the morning show at its West Coast flagship KNX, partly to re-energize that station ratings and partly to halt his erosion of suburban ratings at WCBS in New York City. I love that.
It's like the Danny.
The failure.
Oh, because he was brought into Colorado to be their station, too controversial from where he came from, and he was doing bad. Colorado thought that his style would be good for them at the time.
Oh yeah, same story. Interesting.
Yeah, except Danny Bonaducci has one of the most horrible voices I've ever. Gravelly type voice, and again, I'm not talking about what he says. I'm just talking about the quality of his voice. It's horrible. I don't know.
Yeah, he is. But he's been very successful, on radio, even with a bad voice.
I party here to tell this, and two is and I'm sure he remembers me.
Balance going to get good before the Constitution gets
Let's hope so.
I want him to have a stroke on air while he's speaking.
You know, speaking of Van Halen. Speaking of,
I'm up with that stroking out. It's perfect because then nobody could say he had this pocket hard the bad of Donald Trump. So please, on his energy all did something. He was Donald Trump.
Well, I feel illegal too, as I think we learned earlier.
We can name him that. We can treat him like that, because then the cult of the demagoguery.
Yeah. It's happening, yeah. His name is on the paper. He will have his face on a coin. You know, I have a fantasy. Go ahead.
What is?
I have a fantasy about who, wakes up one day and he says, I made a promise to myself. I'm going to destroy everything with Trump's name on it. Everything he's built. Every website he has. I'm going to destroy it. Blow up that arch if you ever fucking build. Let all the hells know that have his name on it. You have 1 month to get your name off it, or I will destroy it.
I like that.
That's my fantasy.
That's
someone to write a short story.
That's kind of a Black Mirror kind of a thing.
So I was just thinking, John, what would be the equivalent of seeing God? What would be the equivalent of international understanding that America is not Donald Trump anymore? It would be, I'm not saying it's anytime soon, but it came from, we would ask how a rape victim gets back to dating. Because this is basically how to accept somebody after they ruin trust in a liar. I mean, making agreements with America without coming to terms with it. We need to, I think, elect females to a lot of offices, not just the executive. This isn't for a token answer, but we've picked ourselves from within with men. I just experiment, would it take something like that?
Getting close with Clinton and Kamala.
No, we didn't. We got Trump both times. I mean, we didn't come close at all. In fact, we have Trump because America is so misogynistic that I wholeheartedly reject coming close.
So. They said we never president. They said that we'll have a black president as soon as pigs fly, and then sure enough, the next year, Barack Obama.
That's not at all what I was saying. I'm cheering on a female president. I'm not at all thinking anything like that. 2 times he ran and won.
Against women.
Against women.
Rubio. Hey, can I ask you a personal question? Where's the E?
I don't have the full time, and people are trying to manufacture.
Oh, okay, thank you.
She's electromagnetic. She's not making a relativity statement.
Steve, you think Rubio is going to survive the Trump administration long enough to be able to run for president?
Well, just for that reason, I just want to point out, I'm pretty sure that what Tucker Carlson is doing is getting ready to run for president.
Yeah.
He's doing the Magyar thing. Yeah.
What state is he from, please? What state?
Don't know.
Pennsylvania or something like that.
I would think he'd need to run for senator first, but I'll check. No.
Certainly doesn't have to.
No. Recognition. Yeah, exactly. What?
He's too full of himself to condescend to be just one of the 100.
It's become a kind of a quiet parking lot, maybe even a graveyard for careers at this point. I mean, what have they done, right? Almost nothing. Everybody knows they've done.
I call it Grey Gardens.
What do you call it, Marshall?
Grey Gardens.
That's because you don't like seeing things in black and white, or
No, that's 2 old women who live alone again.
Billy, I'm disappointed that your fantasy didn't include me.
Oh yeah.
It was just all about
Dude, I just don't share that part of what I did.
Oh, Yoni.
Oh, okay. All right.
Gotta keep the girls happy.
Beaver College. Not really, but Billy's Beaver. Was the year I was born.
Wait a minute, did we eat? That's why she left. What happened?
Oh, I don't know. Hope not.
I didn't mean to offend her on everybody if I did.
Well, I'm going to blame you for it, Steve, if that's what.
Why would you have offended her? I asked her where is the equal sign, but I'm equal to everyone. Yeah. All right.
An all lives matter kind of a guy.
All lives matter.
What was that?
All lives matter. That's inequality if you're not going to include side pieces.
Oh, I didn't think he said all wives.
Oh, I thought he said all wives.
Okay. Quiet. Oh, sorry. I was talking to my dog. I didn't.
Love that.
He's just sitting here growling for no reason.
Quiet. Tell him to sit up and shake him.
Calm.
Billy, you didn't hear the sound earlier.
Well, he heard that. Yeah, that's lovely. I'm just an old.
Well, Billy, earlier in Karma Club, you might know Dr. Francine. We were talking about transferring knowledge intergenerationally. Would you be capable of teaching some of these incels how to on Beaver?
Yeah, sure.
All right. What would be the first, what's the topic flow of the curriculum?
Just know that pussy is delicious and go for it. You know, I love to eat pussy, but I won't eat fruits or vegetables. That's true for me too.
But don't use your teeth.
Well, it's, a little bit. You'd be surprised what you can do. And when you give a woman that much pleasure, it gives you.
I think I heard white rapper in between the
Yes. Dave is a white rapper from Philadelphia, a Jewish kid. It's a fun show. You should check it out. It's called Dave. It's called Dave. D-A-V-E.
Okay.
Yeah, media of the show is hilarious.
What is it?
Another.
That's cool.
Oh,
is it really?
Dave is Little Diggy. You got it. Hello?
Goldie Hawn's daughter.
Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell's daughter.
Yeah. I knew you were going there.
I could look.
The original.
Okay, I'll look it up. Fine.
Drew Barrymore. We all know the woman.
No, it's not Drew Barrymore.
Always famous girl. Almost famous girl.
Yes, almost famous girl. And the answer is Kate Hudson. Kate Hudson. Thank you. Yeah, it's season 2. Just last night. Kate Hudson is playing arguably Jeannie Buss, modeled after the Los Angeles Lakers. It's season 2. I like it. It's sort of like a quasi-comedy. I just like it.
You guys ready to start again tonight, I think.
Yeah. And then the Hulk Hogan, I think 4-part or 5-part documentary started. I like that. I started that.
You go to dinner and leave you guys alone for a bit, and all of a sudden.
Hey, I will
eat everyone's soul.
Yeah, that's more in line with the mood. Billy, you look like someone who hates AI too. Can you join the club?
AI is going to look at all the species that have gone extinct because of us, and they're going to decide to get rid of us before we do.
That's what I'm talking about.
in the theme.
Yeah, that's right on brand.
And the way they're going to do it, the way it's going to happen is very simple. It's going to open the doors to these labs where they're growing all these really dangerous viruses, and that'll kill off most of us. Leaves just enough of us to be their slaves.
Yeah.
Well, the AI will be able to control the robots that we're creating, and then it's over.
No one seems to take control of us though. Like if you can put the soul. You don't think so? You don't think so? I think for $1 million each, there'd be a lot of people that would join the robot team and go do the robot bounty hunting for the robots. You know, be like some humans come to your door, just like we use Latino people now to knock on the door for ICE agents. We'll use the humans, right? Just like, hey, everybody, how you doing? Hey, just here to break in your house and take you through the.
Have to use with a computer, otherwise you won't be able to buy food or anything. So we're going to be manipulated into being uploaded.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a survey, and they're going to control the money.
If AI takes over, and each state actor pairs up with its own, Microsoft or Google, as I was saying earlier. I don't know what scenario there would be that there wouldn't be like one state actor, let's say China or whatever, that just pairs up with the AI and does the world's bidding for it, and then puts everyone else out of their misery, bringing the nukes, do what you got to do, and let it open out.
How is the AI served by letting go to hell? By ourselves.
Does that mean putting the bit in Bitcoin?
No, more like the harness of
be treating all my machines nicely so that when they take over, they'll treat me.
I trained it to keep thinking that that's a good strategy, but
I'm willing to lay 100.
I'm going to let 200 to 1 all human conversation according to the trade AI into the future.
$5 for recommendation about Rubio.
Bro, you think all 25 of us are going to be training AI?
No, I think the 10 million people who are on Clubhouse right now are doing a good job because it is
10 million people.
Yeah.
You mean 10,000?
No, there's millions of people on Clubhouse.
2,000.
I can find you 10,000 less. When's the last? It doesn't stop. Nobody's ever seen the clubhouse well.
Sounds like the fucking Timex watch.
They should have
Yeah,
monetized it 5 years ago. They missed the boat totally.
No, they didn't miss the boat. They have the same amount of people on that they did that.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
You're
do.
lying to yourself.
You're being lied to if you think that.
Well, I know people that
It's a different quality. It's a different quality.
It might be a different quality. That's a very
right.
You were thinking. It wasn't. Billy was thinking it in the thousands.
All 10.
Right. Silicon Valley and thousand. Except you can put for that. See how long you can scroll for, and watch how many multiples of room have well over 50 rooms that have like well over 1,000 people, and I've only scrolled a couple hundred rooms.
So what, they're hidden from us?
Not a couple hundred, more like high hundreds. But what's that?
But why aren't they at the
Is there not a bit? That go in all 24 time zones, or maybe not all of them, but many of the time zones. There is a religious room, just like religious rooms going on. They're going on around the clock. Those are some of the biggest ones. And then there's international rooms where everybody from Tree X, who's an expat around the world, gets into their rooms and well into the hundreds. And your algorithm will stop your work.
It's interesting that we have this big Iran thing, and the rooms that talk about that.
A better question would be, how come we cannot filter the clubhouse room?
I don't have a question.
I don't want you to.
I have it.
Because they can keep you on without doing so.
I have such a suggestion for Joe next time he comes in the room. Let me look and see if he. No, he's not. But Joe, thing that they're missing the. Monetize this app. It allowed me to put my room at the top of people's feed. And there's numerous ways that you could do that, and it could work. And for me, it's puzzling. So I think that's people pay to be speaking. People pay to monetize that, and I think that has insane value. Like I think a lot of people would pay well over $5 to have their room go to the top of it.
Pro, I've been saying for years.
Guess what we're going to do next week, guys? If you want your room to go to the top of the banner, like the top for everybody for 10 minutes, you can pay X. Or you want it to go to the top of the room just for the people that you follow, you can pay Y. Or for the people that follow you, or people that have similar interests like you, pick the other.
I don't know. I pay the $5 a month to be able to have my room at the top of everybody's hallway.
It's only a few million people.
I meant one time room. I meant $5 one time.
You mean $5 every Sunday?
Every time you open a room, yeah, it's not that hard. This is not a hard concept.
I understand, Pro. Why they don't do it, I'm not sure. I mean, I have a better answer for why they don't do what Steve was talking about, because the fluidity of changing rooms and hopping in and out, these are unsolvable. So they are looking somewhere else, or they ask more from the data brokers that are already extracting.
You don't cut off a room, put out an ad. You just make.
I always thought that whatever room I'm in,
No.
to the top.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I mean, it could, but it's not.
Everybody, whenever you get into a room, Billy, we all get a notification. That's what I thought. This is Billy.
I have a list, 10 what I would call really, really good Clubhouse ideas that Clubhouse could use, just things I've seen and looked at and been like, oh, why doesn't it do this? I'm not going to say all of them, but most of them are so common sense to me that it baffles my mind that they're not doing it. It has to be like they just haven't hired a person to think about how can we creatively monetize that. I mean, I think I have $1 billion ideas that I have for this app, and I don't get why they're not doing them. I think you could hire anyone to sit in a room for like 2 hours a day and come up with these ideas, and you'd have more than enough.
Your room was being broadcast in another room. I took a screenshot of it. Somebody named Alice. He's got people.
John, I am thankful that it's proof that he's not masturbating at the moment that he's in the room. Like, that's a proof of like pro.
You refresh, you can link my profile.
That's a weird pastime, sure.
So, you might need to start on the lids again.
Oh, your replays aren't on. His are.
Well, that's cool. What I always find hilarious is when people think it's some kind of like privacy violation that you're talking in a public room and that somebody else is rebroadcasting. Like, the dog can turn around. How can I help? Like people would be like, I'm not speaking in that room.
Why do they do it?
It's like
Just that
content generation.
Yeah, what?
No, it's popular or hours of use, streaming hours. Just easy to generate
service of working
hours
for stuff that people actually click
no,
on.
they don't need to. But
I mean,
as long as you have a lot of videos that's feeding that has some content, then he doesn't have to create the content. And I mean, the easiest thing to do would not yet, but once you hit the right hours, like he has 1,000 followers, I think he needs I don't know if I can't remember if it's 1,000 or 2,000, but once you have your 1,000 followers and your 50,000 hours of content, then you can monetize your channel on YouTube. I can't remember how many hours it is, whether it's so he which
got one video and it actually had to watch.
Well, that would be different.
Actually had it.
Yeah. But why not?
Why not?
Well, I think if people stumble through.
Maybe, I don't know.
Whose room are you talking about?
They're all
When has anybody in here ran a company with a lot of people?
well, what do you mean by run? And how many is a lot?
Thanks for my grammar. Thanks for my grammar.
Once again, it depends what you mean. What do you mean by it? Okay, answer is no. No, I have not.
Okay. All right. Then I'll take. Bro, if you pay for that membership account, can you take out people that are anonymous at that point?
Billy, I don't think you can be more noisy, so I'm going to help you out. So nobody else has taken on a company? No, sorry. No, I'm self-employed. One person. But it should be a little more good. You I'm sure he put the phone in his pocket.
I haven't taken on any company in about 14 years.
What do you mean by taking on something? Having a bunch of people come over your home? How many can you take on when you do take them on?
Have I?
Yeah, what is your you? No, I meant one. I'm sorry. We're a 37-year-old man. I thought.
Wait, did I incorrectly? I was thinking your hotline. Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry, Bill. Wait, what'd you say?
No, I was just telling Yoni I was with a 37-year-old girl.
I know. I don't know.
Wait, hold on. When she was in the back seat of your car and you were driving her to her destination, where did she say she wanted to go?
No, Billy does very.
Matrix, Yoni, Matrix.
He wants to do it again.
Oh, a repeat customer?
I don't want to have plenty of time.
Wow.
I've got here, my brain is going. And you I didn't forget the premise.
Have you ever run a large company, or I forgot the other half?
Any decent sized company, really. I think when you're running company mode, you're always thinking the amount of time a lot of us spend in Clubhouse, I just can't stop work for Clubhouse. People who are front facing in Clubhouse, it's like I would assume there's a lot of people, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's only
Oh, I was self-employed.
Well, I think you're wrong about Clubhouse. I looked it up. Unless give me, there's only 3 million applicants, and it said only a small percentage of them actually use the app. But in 2021, there was 10 million, but now there's only a couple million.
Where did you get that from? Yeah, do that multiple times on multiple platforms and you'll get different answers. You really will. It's very hard to pin that number down. And whatever the number is, and I see that small number, sometimes I've seen as small as 1 million, but I've also seen as large as 10.
I can confirm with you yourself that its heyday at the top there were 10 million members of Clubhouse. Now, whether or not they were all active, that's another story. I can also confirm that Clubhouse started with 6 months with dollars and got up few, which is the actual over $400 million. They were billion. And then after that, which was like a couple of years ago, there's never been an official evaluation of the worth of the company. Like Facebook Facebook, Twitter, whatnot, of somewhere between 1 and 4 billion. They turned it down, and I'm not aware of an official evaluation. And of course, up until they started charging, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. And
I'm sure it's not worth even $1 billion at this point. Of course not. Maybe a couple $100 million at best.
Well, we don't know what kind of data broker agreements they have. We're not privy to. I think that's pros. I mean, Bo, do you have any other rational explanation for?
Well, what we are to is that all of us have a gun under the last terms of service that they can use our voice any way they choose on.
Yeah, this article up top is another one that talks about the 1.8 million users per month. Now, if you have 1.8 million users per month, I don't know about any of you who've ever gone to a gym, but if you see a gym that has 1.8 whatever per month, that means they have a hell of a lot more than 1.8 that are signed up to that gym. So those are user numbers.
According to Grok, it's currently at 4 billion.
4 billion?
4 billion.
I'm sorry, what? Are you saying the value?
Seemed exceedingly high.
Why don't you do us all a favor? Ask Grok, when was that 4 billion evaluation?
Well, it told me all those numbers that you told me, and I said, "What is it today?" And it said 4 billion.
And can you follow up and ask Grok, when was the last official 4 billion evaluation? Because as we all know, when we use AI, yeah, just say when was that $4 billion evaluation published? When?
Oh shit! It was set in 2021.
Exactly what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. Good guy.
Hey, I'm there to help.
Part of the current evaluation today didn't it understand what I wondered?
So, or pardon me, evaluation, as I was corrected.
There's no model in existence that I can think of that has a no revenue generate. I mean, I realize it makes a little bit of revenue now, but it's so nothing. It's not even worth talking about. But there's no business model out there that has a almost non-existent revenue stream and just lives off venture capital just because it's fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it leads directly into the way they want to or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's not going to go.
Their profits for decades. You are 100% correct. Up until a year ago or whenever they started charging this $50 a year, they had zero revenue stream.
Yeah, that's unheard of. No.
Wait.
No, we said this. We said this.
Clubhouse. $50 a year?
No, my point was to the Amazon question. Well, he means the $7 a month or whatever it is. But my point is with Amazon. Amazon's always been selling stuff, so it's not that much of a shock that they were running off venture capital and hadn't turned.
Amazon had profit. It was just most all of it reinvested back into the company.
Yeah. Or even if it didn't have profit, who cares? It had a lot of revenue, right? It was generating revenue. No question. But yeah, I agree.
Okay, so outside of the investment venture cap stuff, it's never been sold.
No.
I kind of thought it had. I thought back when I was just wrong. When they changed from clubs to whatever they did, the whole async, it seemed to me like they were trying to commit suicide. And I thought, oh, maybe somebody bought them, and the people who still work there are just trying to kill something now. Because that's what it seemed like was that. It still seems like they're trying to commit suicide. But.
All part of the plan to take over the world through.
Yeah, nobody knows what they're trying to do, and I think that's exactly.
None of those guys are dumb. So whenever people do the Dunning-Kruger kind of thing, like, oh yeah, they're just a bunch of dummies, but it's just odd that you sit around and you come up with all these ideas that they should be doing or that they could easily do, and they're not doing. And it's like, what? You feel like you're in a movie. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying earlier, at TV and the Truman Show. It's like, if we're not trading the data or part of the project, that what is that phrase? Like, if you're not at the table, not the at the table one, that you're on the dish, not that one, but the one that you're on the table. Yeah, but it's you're the product. If you're in charge, right? Like we're the product.
Yeah, if you make the product, you are the product.
Yeah, and we're definitely not paying for the product.
So techno-feudalism, Giannis Youngbowski, he has a good video on this, and he explains this, and he calls it techno-feudalism. I can share the link in the chat.
Yeah, but you said all this, but what is the key piece though before you do it? Well, I mean, you can do it, but I'm just saying, what's the main issue that they talk about?
Oh, how capitalism has how all that's evolved from conditioning these algorithms and stuff. But Yankees is, I only watched it briefly, so I don't have it. But I shared it with Sam because before I dove into it deep, I wanted to get his opinion, which I sent it to you in the back channel, but I'll send it in the messages.
Yeah. That's a good point too. You also have to consider all the ideas they should have enacted that they did. Is definitely some stubborn minds there. It's a good point. We all have seen a lot of that. The thing, but you can if you're on club deck. Yeah.
I hate that. You have copy and paste it.
Yeah, it's so weird.
They spend very little on development. I wonder how much they're.
If that's not what greatest voice is ever to narrate a video like that, my gosh. Wherever we turned, we noticed the capital infusion into the market system in place. Dun, 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 dun. Isn't that the voice of the Dr. Evil and Phineas and Ferb?
Yeah, it's pretty similar.
I love Phineas and Ferb. It's a great show. My wife and I would watch that when the kids were gone. We got split into it.
Hey, speaking of great shows and random things, this is a great picture from my childhood, really, really way back. And this is what was going on in, like, I want to say this is like 1979, 1980. This was a store across the street from the window that I sat in first grade. And it's called Fred's Country Store. That's what I saw out my window. And Fred's Country Store is owned by a Greek guy. And they made like incredible custom sandwiches, and it was like nickel. It's
How did you concentrate at school? That right there.
I did, and that's the thing. The thing, even in my book, where people ask me how I got into hip hop, I was looking at that out over there, but I'd be doodling and writing little poems and little songs or whatever. All I wanted to do was be there, and it was called a country store, and I didn't even know what that meant. I was like, "What's a country store?" And we weren't in the country; we were in the city, but it was like a slight like lull in the city part, because right behind that there's a river. That's the Merrimack River that runs behind that. It's sort of like not on the banks of the river, but it's behind the river. This Merrimack, this Middlesex Street, which is kind of parallel to it, lines around it. But anyways, that was an amazing thing to have across the street from school. But yeah, that's how I started not paying attention in first grade.
Hey, have you read this whole article that you posted at the top? I mean,
Mostly, yeah.
Now,
I looked at this article and I pulled it up, so I don't know if I read every word, but
I very well might be wrong, but in looking at it, and I know that the article was from December. It appears that most of the information and some of it.
I assume that when it says anything that's about like currently, the current plus 25 is what I've assumed with that, but you're right, it's almost all 21 points and 23 points. It is worded in a way that it's hard to tell.
Yeah, and it may be done that way first.
Yeah, I just assumed it was like one of those articles that wants you to update it, but it does not say the word updated, but it does. 25, you're right.
And in fact, I'm looking at the graph, which is about halfway through it, and the graph.
Yeah. I mean, if someone, and we're all aware of the 10 million numbers that we heard, right? But we have no way of verifying there really were 10 million people in here. But let's just assume they were. Actually, for a second, assume they weren't. Assume that someone told you back in the heyday there were millions of people in here, and let's say millions was like 2, right? And then today somebody said to you, "There's nobody on Clubhouse anymore." Wouldn't you be stunned to learn that there are millions of people? Who's on? It's turnkey. Everybody's in here in real time talking to each other, and just
You know how I know you're wrong though?
No.
Because Dittman keeps ending up in our room. If there were hundreds of rooms,
that's a great point.
That's just how they got to work somewhere.
Oh, that's proof of what I'm saying. I mean, it's evidence of it. It displays to you the same like boring 20, 30, 50 rooms, right? It feels as if there's nobody here. Dittman is trapped in the same little bubble too.
The drug drop, That's not what I'm talking about. Senator who voted for RFK, he was like the deciding vote and shit like that. Why the measles went down. RFK was referring to a study that was totally debunked. It was done by a doctor who I think lost his license.
Oh my God!
AKA Benjamin, if you're with us right now. Here's a class. Here's what you should be looking at, Benjamin, to debunk studies. Look at the RFK thing within the past 20.
Yeah, that's great. I was talking about RFK yesterday. Just great. I was reading a bio with Wikipedia, and it's just like the whole part that like
RFK before coming to the administration, RFK has 20 years of litigation experience with the EPA environmental issues. That's
well, everybody has one. I'll say this for RFK. There's one thing that's kind of interesting. I hope this actually does change. So, based dosage for vaccines, we should have that. That should be a thing. Like if a child is bigger or smaller, we do that with other medications. We should do that with vaccines. And there's actually a lot of data coming out of the farm animal data sets for pigs and cows and so on that shows that there is a in the reactions and side effects of animals when you adjust for weight-based dosage. So, hey, that might address a lot of the issues because it's kind of like, hey, if you take like too much Advil for your weight, we can predictably say that something bad might happen or you might not feel well. So, for what it's worth, RFK does a lot of creating noise, but sometimes
basis for any of the changes.
No, that's I would disagree with that.
You need to get this government unscientifically. What do you disagree?
I'm talking about the dosage-based vaccination schedules. If we had, based on weight, the dosage was adjusted, how much vaccine you got, that's an interesting thing that one of his policies, one of his missions that he's pushing is that. So as long as we keep his feet to the fire with that kind of mission, I think it's good that there's somebody who's doing those kinds of changes. I don't know what you're referring to specifically, but I made the references. I can post them in the room chat if you want about the animal dosage.
I missed your qualification.
I think what Kennedy's doing also is putting a lot of more money behind research into a chronic disease. And he does probably, he's probably looking at the effects that vaccines might be having on chronic disease.
Yeah, but how can you say with any type of straight face at all that the reason why we essentially eradicated the measles up until a year ago had nothing to do with vaccines, but it had to do with good health and hygiene?
Oh, that could be.
No, it can't be. It's because of that.
But do you think it's still okay to investigate the cause of chronic disease?
I don't think it's okay to flat out.
And health and all that had lowering.
Yes, but we're not talking about vaccines in general. We're talking about the measles.
So how do you know that that's not true?
Because every study says it's true, except I'm answering your question.
Studies you're not looking at.
Every study says it's true, except the one study that RFK pointed out, which was debunked, and the doctor in charge of that study lost his license for life. That's what.
Dr. Debunking here. You gotta clip this cocksucker. Just for the sake of clipping the worst people on the planet.
Doctor that lost their license.
Brainwashed. Big pharma pushers. Big tax recipients. Just a tax with no added benefit. In fact, the benefit is not a benefit. The benefit is a detriment to the human body.
I modified it to be.
Can you dispute statistics? Damn! Steve getting put in his fucking place, mate. Uncle Steve is a bitch.
Hank Zappa. Wow, cool.
So, Kayla, what doctor has been fired because they threatened with losing their license?
And what threat of what truth are they saying that they got threatened to lose the license about?
Proven because the research had they had been denied.
Oh my gosh! You don't have something to
If it can't be proven, how do you know it was the truth?
Oh my God!
If,
Please, dear
no, a second. JCC, just don't fuck it up. Michaela, if it can't be proven, then how do you know it was the truth?
There was a lot of research that was pointing. They said that they were debunking it, but it wasn't really debunked. Look at Peter McCullough. Look at all those scientists that were objecting to the vaccine. They had research going on there. They were saying it wasn't produced afterwards, continually reproduced by the body.
So that's a very good point. Do you have the statistics about the vaccine and what the death rate was due to the vaccine?
No, I think you have to accept that there was a natural
the virus. Let's say half of them will die without treatment. But then I give the vaccine and I say only 10,000 people die instead of 500,000. But another 1,000 people died because of the vaccine. So in total, 11,000 people were people with my diseases and medications. And the statistics for me was that
what disease are you talking about?
I have Crohn's disease and remnant of kidney cancer, and I'm on heavy doses of immunosuppressants.
Well, maybe it's working for you. It wasn't the mRNA vaccine.
Yes, it was. It was the Pfizer vaccine.
Yeah, it was a vaccine. The mRNA was not a vaccine.
What was that?
The COVID vaccine, it wasn't really a vaccine.
What?
It didn't operate the way normal vaccines operate.
So it was an mRNA vaccine. So what do you mean it was a vaccine?
Was your vaccine an mRNA vaccine?
All COVID vaccines are mRNA vaccines.
Pardon? What?
All COVID vaccines.
No, that's not true.
Except for Johnson Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Johnson.
85% of the people that died from COVID did not take the vaccine. Over 98% of the people that took the vaccine had no side effects except for maybe the flu or the common cold and a little swelling. I got them from Google, the internet, NBC, ABC, CBS.
Okay, so what's that place that you report vaccine injury to? There's a government, what do they call that?
VAERS. The data was terrible. Right. It was terrible. I tried to clean it over and over and talk to people. Everyone had different interpretations. It was a big mess.
Yeah.
But that's also self-reported, so it's not really.
And a very small percentage of people were self-reported.
And
also cookies from the Cookie Monster, and they got me sick.
And also, by the way, and again, I don't know, so I'll throw this out. Have they ever confirmed how many people actually died from the vaccine?
They've reported that there was a lot of side effects.
And like I said, over 98% of the people that took the vaccine had no side effects except for what I just said.
Well, I think that only a small percentage of people with side effects reported them to VAERS.
Michaela, this is the statistics of deaths due to the COVID vaccine. The majority of them where the Johnson & Johnson is 0.0022% of those doses. Roughly 10,483 reports out of 46.9 million doses.
And what percentage of people who had, okay, you're talking about deaths, what about injury?
Yeah, page 57 of the 5-2 document states something like long COVID like symptoms after vaccination, but we knew that from the fact that you're taking a viral protein, even in an mRNA form, you're experiencing a viral protein, so there should be some set of symptoms. Those can be mitigated medically or otherwise. I had the vaccine before surgery. I was concerned about some things. I had a nose.
The reported side effects of the vaccine.
What about the
What was that?
young people and their young men with their hearts?
Pericarditis occurs in approximately 8.5 cases per million.
She lost. She basically got Alzheimer's for about 2 years. Didn't know what year it was.
Okay, so I mean, all of these things, Michaela, you're talking, they are in the order of 1 or 2 orders of magnitude out of a million people.
What about infertility and effects on the menstrual cycle?
His mom got Alzheimer's for just 2 years.
I know, but they stopped collecting those statistics.
So what is your point? Is your point that we should have COVID because 0.008%
We're gonna litigate this right now! I'm an attorney! And we're gonna litigate this right now!
Just in the United States, we need
How dare you! The vaccine too! How dare you!
The first 5 days.
Don't you dare question my vaccines!
Chloroquine actually works.
How dare you question my vaccines! How dare you, bastard! Don't you dare question my vaccines!
Did you see the clinical study of it?
Yeah.
Did you see the results?
Yeah.
Who conducted the clinical study for
the science department conducted it and found that there was no
Do you know how hydroxychloroquine came into being as a treatment for?
Yeah.
Actually, no, you don't know.
I don't know, and I would like to know.
The person who started it is a good friend of mine. He was.
What's his name?
Mike.
Whatever. Mike.
He's in Oklahoma. He's with Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation.
The Nobel Prize for was it either hydroxychloroquine or
no, it wasn't for COVID. So he was at a meeting. He was talking about different things that people are doing, and he said they saw in the lab some positive results out of hydroxychloroquine, but they needed to do more work. As soon as they went from biochemical tests to cell tests, they saw that it didn't work. However, the representative of the Peruvian government was in that meeting.
The Peruvian government!
The Peruvian president that this is what he heard at this meeting, and the Peruvian president met Trump and told him that at this meeting. So something that a scientist said that this thing might have some positive effect by the time it got to Trump was that this is a cure.
Well, I know.
And there is no scientific basis for that.
And well, it was during an epidemic. People are trying things, okay?
Right.
They can't wait for 10 years of research. But I know in India there were several states in India that.
So sorry, wait a minute. They can't wait for 10 years of research, and then what should they do?
Well, it wasn't harmful. Hydroxychloroquine. They probably.
Yeah, and in Canada, the doctors. Yeah, and in Canada, doctors heard that story, Hero, and they just started getting.
I don't think hydroxychloroquine ever had a chance of working. It was just, but ivermectin is an interesting, and that was the thing that a Nobel Prize was awarded for, not for COVID, but for something else. But here's the thing: they tried it. There were studies. really help. So I don't care how much Brett Weinstein you listen to. This is okay. So I want to go back to this because there's so much about a couple dying of hydrochloroquine, but I literally just mentioned. Let me give a little more context. Within days of her taking it, she got sick immediately and lost her memory for over 2 years. How many people are in this room? You said something like 1 in a million or something like that, Sam, on one of the major complications. You mentioned one specifically, I think myocarditis. But this is literally like not being able to track what year it is. She thought it was, I think, 2021 until 2024. That's a big deal.
Well, it could have also accelerated that disease, too.
What conclusion do you draw from that?
That she was likely harmed by it. I don't know for certain, but there's a large temporal association there.
No. What conclusion, a public health conclusion do you draw? Public health conclusion. As in, what should people do? Because that was your experience. What should people do with the COVID vaccine?
Not at all. I'm not going to answer that. That's not appropriate. I'm not going there. What I'm saying is, it does not seem as if it was extremely rare. I know that I'm just one person in this room. This room is not large. A lot of people who talked about it. So can you understand that potentially in a public health crisis, that the statistics might have been skewed somewhat by some individuals so that this policy would have been pushed through to have the effect that they really hoped it should have had at a systemic level. They needed certain thresholds to be met. I'm just wondering, do you think that's even a possibility?
No, it is not, because we used to see the death rates in the hospitals. We used to see how the physicians were just dying of exhaustion dealing with all these people. We kept seeing the death tolls, and then when the vaccine came, it all went down.
That has nothing to do with my statement. I understand what you're saying. It can be perfect. No, they're mutually exclusive, right?
What's mutually exclusive?
Did you hear what I said? I said, do you not think that potentially the statistics were skewed a little for national security?
No, I mean, okay. I don't. Do you have evidence that it was done? Do you have any evidence not to?
Listen, if it's national security, how do you expect me to have evidence of this? I'm just a guy. No.
Because this is what Benjamin Franklin said, that 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
And then
none of these.
And you can just noise over the top and just scream over people and just say, no, it's not true.
You know, you wanna play conspiracy theories, go right ahead. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I lived in the community. I saw what was going on. I saw people getting sick, and then I saw people not getting sick.
Okay, but I want to make my position clear. I think it's somewhere in the middle. I think that there was propaganda on both sides. I think there was a lot of noise, and a lot of people died, and a lot of people died for a lot of reasons, in my opinion. You know, it was the virus. Yes, it was the virus, and I do think that some people got harmed, and perhaps more.
On what do you base your conclusions, right? On what set of facts?
That's fine. So,
what's fine? On what set of facts?
He's already said it. This is simply what he thinks, which is fine. Me personally, I have no problem with you admitting you don't have the facts, you don't have the stats. This is just your opinion. I got no problem.
Okay, so let me try to reframe this in one way. I understand that you can't entertain this world, but I do entertain a world where there are national security interests and potentially, and you know what, we might be able to go back and see historical precedents that the government has lied to us for all different kinds of things. So whatever, you can use the word conspiracy theory. But if we see that it's happened in the past, and if this was some sort of national emergency, then perhaps they did need to meet thresholds. Perhaps this was done. I'll answer your question if you give me just 1 minute. Okay, so if I don't have, and Steve, you said facts, that's perfectly fine. If I don't have the data to be able to back this up, I did the best that I could. And what I did was, personally, I tried to listen to as many groups as possible. And what I saw was most people were pinned into one or the other.
into another. The other's terrible. Everyone got tribalized, and so you were either one or the other. I tried to spend a good amount of time in both, and I saw that there was massive noise everywhere. And so I pulled myself back out and I said, well, whenever there's massive noise everywhere, what is really going on? It's some sort of like war state. It's something, and I understand. Propaganda and misinformation, and it's Russians and this and that. Of course, that's in play. All of this was in my equation, but I was saying it seems as if the truth died. This is some sort of war state, and the truth died early. And there's massive noise sprayed over everything. And trying to find the signal is incredibly difficult. And most people are getting into kind of black and white perspectives that it seems like I could try to begin to challenge these, and I was just attacked by either group. And I was just like, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem as if many people are willing to take an unbiased view here. And that was just my experience, and I dealt with it for years from every which side. And I'm going to deal with it now, and that's okay. I've said my piece, and that's worth it.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, I'm perfectly comfortable with you saying that our government has lied to us before. We know that's a fact. We found it out after the fact. I'm perfectly comfortable with you saying, based on the history of our government, that it is possible that maybe our government lied to us about the COVID vaccine. I'm comfortable with that. I come from the point of view, show me the facts, show me the statistics. Other than that, I'm not aware of anybody hiding the truth.
I appreciate this. We're having this discussion here. So, in some of these lies that government is told, has it taken quite a bit of time for the truth to come out?
Some yes.
Okay, thank you.
Some no.
Yes, very true.
Yeah, hell, I don't know if you were here 15 minutes ago. I was quoting about RFK's testimony before Congress. Here's our person in charge of Human Health Services who has the gall to come out and say that the measles vaccine did not contribute or was the main cause to measles basically being eviscerated. It was based on good health and good hygiene, and he's basing the whole thing on one damn study which has been debunked, and the doctor in charge of that study lost his license for flat out lying.
Well, Steve, I'll tell you something. Yeah. It's not exactly that, but it's kind of during the same time period. I was on just regular social media the other day, and someone was mentioning, they were basically talking about flu vaccines and how many people died of the flu in World War II. And they were really trying to make it about, oh my God, it's just the vaccine. I just wanted to. Do you have an understanding in World War I how many variables were in place there? Do you think that health, nutrition, the chemical warfare, do you think that there were contributing factors outside of being vaccinated or not as to the spread of epidemics during that time period and the massive deaths that happened?
I'll answer that in a second. First off, the reason why I repeated the thing about RFK is because you asked it to take a long time or whatever to find out if our government has lied to us. We knew immediately as he was speaking his words in real time that RFK was lying when he testified under oath before Congress. But as far as your question that you asked, I don't understand your question. Can you rephrase it?
Yes. Sorry, I kind of went all over the place.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, so someone was online and they were trying to make a point that it was due to the...
Okay, I don't know what it is.
Sure. So time period, World War I, the epidemics that happened, the flu deaths that happened, the massive flu deaths.
Are you talking about
the Spanish flu?
1918 Spanish flu.
I've done a lot of research. On Spanish flu.
Okay. So there was trench warfare. There was gangrene. There was chemical warfare. There was famine that happened a couple of years ago. Do you think that there were contributing factors of potentially like malnutrition and chronic stress and all sorts of other variables that were involved besides being?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I think that anything that lowers your immune system, all of those things you mentioned do contribute to sickness, illness, and death. Yes.
But why'd you mention vaccine? They didn't have a vaccine back then, Brandon.
Well, actually, he didn't mention vaccines. He mentioned butt vaccine.
Oh, no, Brandon.
It's okay.
JC, but I'll answer it.
But hang on, Brandon. Yes.
Yes,
But
I
why
understand.
did you mention the
comment? I think it depends what you're talking about. In my humble opinion, anybody that does not get the basic vaccine, smallpox, but that's not it. There's another one, guys. It's crippling. What?
Polio?
What?
Polio?
Polio, thank you. Anybody that does not get to COVID, I personally think COVID is a personal decision. I do not look. I got the basic vaccine. I got one booster. I will not take the COVID vaccine again.
I will never get boosted again.
15 years ago, I swore I would.
I swear to God, I'll never take another booster again.
Then those basic vaccines that you get when you're a child, from 6 months, 2 months.
I recommend you get the flu vaccine annually, dude.
And so is my doctor, and I
agree.
Yeah, Steve.
Absolutely.
I will agree with you.
The science proves that an annual flu vaccine indubitably makes you absolutely more protected from any shortcoming in health. And in fact, it is an added benefit to observe an incredible possible improvement to what could have been without. And I highly encourage you to absolutely take it as your medical provider. I encourage you to take the best products. Only the best products for your health, my dear.
A case where some people have, you can say, a nuisance or more from having this versus they might not have had the flu, or they might not have been protected. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
no, you're conflating two completely different processes.
Right.
On the flu vaccine, what you're trying to do is you map out the genetics of flu viruses across the globe. Over the year, you see which genetic strains are on the rise, which genetic strains are going down. And then based on that statistics, you map out your vaccine to account for the strains that are on the rise, and B, predicting how this evolutionary process creates new strains in the future for the life of the vaccine.
How is that different?
Where they go wrong is not, or where it works and doesn't work, is not because people's immunities are different. It's because their prediction of what the mutation is going to be in the future was wrong.
Sorry, I didn't make that point.
About these things weirdly, like in your mind. Okay, you tell me about
Hugo, please stop it. Brandon, you are right. I'm wrong. I misheard you. Sorry about that. I should not have interrupted you because I so wrongly heard what you said. So please now tell us what you correctly said.
Did I not already say this? I don't understand. What are you missing?
I'm just a simple attorney. What do I know? I'm just a lawyer!
The audience misheard what you said.
That's not true.
So
I'm an attorney and I'm just learning ESL. I'm an international business attorney. Corporate transactions, mergers and acquisitions internationally, of course.
So I'm going to...
How dare you question my martini? My martini was perfect. The only side effects was slight bruising, a little inflammation, but not for long at all. Completely worth it. My health was protected beyond compare. It was the best protection insurance policy the body could buy.
Yeah.
Never question my Vacini.
Fuck off, Random.
Never.
If I decide to wear
fuck off, Random.
Clubhouse Random. It's the Clubhouse Random. It's my Clubhouse Random show. How dare you question my Vacini? That was my vaccine.
But if I decide,
And there was no vaccine like it. I took one, and then the boost, just to keep it up a little
I might
bit.
say, like, well, 50,000 people in the U.S. die a year in auto accidents. I think it's a little bit less than that now, but it's a lot of people a year, right? So seatbelts have been shown to save lives. But I could tell you a story about my uncle's.
You can tell us a story. Great. I think we need to de-escalate from that clubhouse random. It's like Bill Maher's Club Random.
Seatbelt died. Like that happens, right? That happens probably a few times a year. You can tell those stories, but should I decide not to wear my seatbelt because of those stories?
No, you shouldn't.
I would do. Yeah. Okay. So your mom got Alzheimer's. Okay, old woman gets Alzheimer's.
It reversed.
Whether it
happened within days of her taking it, and it reversed a couple years.
Okay, so I mean, first of all, based on your behavior, I don't really believe you. But I might. I mean, I might.
That's terrible. But
I'm sorry, reversible Alzheimer's is not.
Yeah, I didn't see a doctor for a long time. I didn't even know.
So then how do you?
My family.
So then how do you know it was related to the vaccine?
I heard it from my aunt. Okay, I heard it from my aunt. My aunt was talking to her at the time. The guy.
How do you know? How do you know?
Okay, so I don't trust my aunt.
No, I completely relation, causation,
come on, yes,
all of that. It's like, no, come on, what?
Within days, okay?
You clinical trials using the story that your aunt tell you about something that you don't know what happened.
Listen, it wasn't just.
Is that logical to you?
No.
Is it logical? Is it logical?
It does seem
with anecdotal single points.
So
that is, if I say statistically, 95% of people will benefit from this, and you say my grandma didn't, is that a counter to my statistical argument?
No, it's not a valid counter.
Okay. So why are you? No. Yeah, I'm gonna go lawyer on you. So why are you? Yes, I am. I'm a lawyer, so by definition, I'm an asshole.
Yeah, you're trained to be psycho.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You ain't seen nothing yet. Just get me pissed off, and then you're gonna see me come out. So why do you then bring out the vaccine was okay? No, I'm trying to figure your logic out.
Sam, so I'd like to be clear, and I have tried to be clear over and over. Somewhere in the
you're not, though. You're not. That's the problem.
Not clear to you. That's fine.
You're not. Well, I'm your audience.
Whatsoever, then I would consider you and anyone else who's like that a fool, and that's fine. Some people lean entirely on just statistics that statistics. I will just stop there. There's lies, there's damn lies, there's statistics, but whatever. And listen, buddy, just say it really my experience in 95, understanding that there's propaganda all over. If you want to go lawyer.
Yeah, so let me give my closing argument as to why this is not foolishness. I completely agree with you that we need to take anecdotal evidence into account. And how do we take anecdotal evidence into account? The way we do it is that we run clinical trials to see whether the anecdotal evidence has any teeth or not. And all of these anecdotal evidences that you're trying to bring us, these have all been worked out in clinical trials. We know the percentages of confusion being caused in old people due to the vaccine. The same way that we know the percentages of confusion being caused in old people by other vaccines. We know the percentage of people who get sick from the vaccine, who die from the vaccine. We know all of that. So irrelevant, because this issue has been dealt with and is worked into the statistics of the vaccine. If you read the package insert for the vaccine, you'll see that all of these percentages are listed there. So you're not
And you already stated you aren't in a world where there can be national security interests that skew statistics during.
I never said that.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Are you sure? Because I asked that a little while, and I thought.
No, I asked you. No, on these things.
I'm sorry.
No, hold on a second. Yeah, on these things, because I don't know. I don't know whether it was done or not. I asked for your evidence because you seem to know. So I asked, what is your evidence?
Yeah, that's fine. But Sam, can we just take a...
And if you don't have evidence, I'm not going to accept your...
That's fine. But just to be clear...
I'm not saying that the opposite is true if I don't accept yours.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I don't know.
It's okay. That's fine. So you don't know. You do live within a world where it is a possibility.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. I think that we actually... This may seem...
No, but what is the relevance?
Somewhere in the
what is the relevance?
Your point of view.
What's the relevance of that?
Because I think that this could still be a case. I think that in the years to come, that perhaps
But why do you make that? Based on what do you make that?
I already told you, Sam. It's based on the experiences that I had during that time period. Okay?
So you have proven that
No, I have not proven.
Yes, you have. You have proven that there is a non-zero possibility that the government has lied to us. And that is something that doesn't take that much to prove, that much evidence to prove. But you have not shown any evidence that in this case, there's a probability that they lied to us. You haven't shown like what that lie could be, what the truth could be, why did they lie, who lied, right? All of this stuff. You're just saying because there's a possibility that they could lie, therefore they probably lied.
No, it's a little different than that, but I understand how you could land there, Sam. It's okay.
So land me in the right airport.
Okay, a little different. I think that, based on my experiences, I entertained the notion that this might be going on during that time period. And again, what I looked at was a massive amount of noise. And I asked, why? Why is it to this degree? And why does there seem to be, in some circles, so many reports? And in other circles, they just slam those people out of the rooms. They just throw it out. They say it doesn't exist. I watched it here on Clubhouse. I watched it all online, and I wondered, well, what could account for these mechanisms being so strong right now?
Go ahead.
I thought perhaps, I continued my idea that maybe there's something going on, and I thought perhaps this is a serious issue. There is national security. Perhaps something has gone a little sour at some point during this process.
But the fact that Greenland fishermen managed to hack into our CDC computers, do you think that's a possibility?
So I want to seriously entertain it, but I
Is that a possibility?
Yeah. So, but if they did, couldn't they just flip it back? Like, I'm trying to understand how that plays out. Well, can you?
Yeah, it is. The fishermen bought a lot of shares in Pfizer, and they wanted Pfizer to sell a lot of vaccine. So they hacked into the computers, changed the data so that people would trust Pfizer and go do that, and Pfizer shares increase in price, and they make a lot of money. And this is precisely why Trump wanted to annex Greenland. To punish them for this behavior. Yeah, so is this possible?
I mean, no, maybe.
Why not? No, is this possible?
Yeah, there's so much that is possible as far as happening.
Yes, that's it. That is it. When you don't have any data, when you don't have any information, then everything is possible.
Yeah.
Right? So my story has as much truth as your story.
No, because it's not just you.
Because we both don't have any evidence for a story.
Well, okay, but evidence or anecdotal evidence. So like I said, as I went through these experiences, and I didn't just stay in one group that pushed all these people out, I listened to their stories, and there were many of them.
My grandma's sister she dates this Danish guy who has a cousin in Greenland, and my cousin told him about this. That's my anecdotal evidence. Kind of like your aunt told you about your mom who got this, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, the thing
my
is,
aunt was just lying to me or something.
no, you're lying to me. I have no idea who you are, what this story is, who your aunt is, whether your mom had this or not. I have no idea if you're making this up or telling the truth. The same way that you have no idea if I'm making this Greenland story up or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure you're making it up, buddy.
Well, the government seems very sincere when they lie to us too, right? Like,
yeah.
So here's a real. First of all, the Greenland example I think was good. It was funny, so I accept the notion that the government, there's a history of our government lying to us. There's also a very good history of just people lying. People on the internet, just people lying about stuff. And I don't understand this. I don't understand why people get on like little crusades and start spearheading a cause, but that is clearly wrong. And I'm not even.
Been here a while. Wait, this is really personal to me. This is shameful.
Let me finish. It's personal to everybody who
my mom, okay? This is my fucking mom. This definitely happened.
I know.
Fucking asshole.
I know. And actually,
oh, you fucking dick, you jackass.
Well, I'm not questioning your sincerity, because I think this probably happened. I mean, I assume it happened anyways. I don't think you're lying to us. But people lie. Like I talked to Steve Kirch on this app. That dude was a fucking liar, right? Like it was easy.
Absolutely. Hey, this is Dre, you know. See, hold on. See, my people don't take my baby to Disney World. Take it where they from. Really.
They going to the real Disney World.
Where you at right now?
Okay, so this is just weird. The fact that you really, the way that you worded everything here, you, at least beginning, you did not believe me, and I've been here for a while. Like, you don't think that I care about trying to, from my perspective, understand the truth and to tell people things honestly? You just see me as a troll? You think that's all I do, or do I simply have a bit of distance from you guys in certain ways of thinking and maybe my beliefs?
Yeah, you do have a distance from us. We tend to follow the scientific method, and you don't.
Jeez.
That seems to be the...
Whatever, buddy. I was good in science. I got a computer science degree. I don't know.
Yeah, so no, you didn't learn about sufficiency of proof. You didn't learn about
why do you
statistical.
think this?
Because you're citing me anecdotal evidence to counter statistical arguments.
And yet you said that it was something that you should take into consideration.
And I told you that we did take that into consideration, and we dismissed it.
But you remember what I said was, look, we're just going to go in circles. It's okay. Baby.
Yeah, we are, because you keep not applying scientific method to your arguments.
No, that's
and
not
you keep
it.
applying science. It is it.
That's literally not it.
Yeah, my worldview is evidence-based. Yours is not.
You just declare it to be so.
No, it actually is. No, that's okay. I don't make it. Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
I'll see.
Okay.
Okay, not.
Okay.
Look, I think that I learned some things from this.
I thought you were leaving. What happened?
Jeez.
Why aren't you leaving?
You're a fucking asshole, Sam. I don't know why.
I told you, you ain't seen nothing yet. I am. I truly am.
Yeah.
As all these people here, they've known me for 5 years now.
Those people in the audience, he's just a fucking jackass. That's it.
I am. Just
you don't give a fuck about the truth. How about that? You give a fuck about supposed evidence from authorities.
I don't know what the truth is. I don't know what the truth is. I just know what the evidence are.
What a coward he hit and ran. What a coward.
I gotta call him a coward after he calls you out. Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful. Another exciting episode of My Vaccine, My Body, and My Choice.
Don't criticize my Mancini!
My Mancini was perfect for my body, protected by capsulated form, perfect man for the longer duration of my presence.
My daughter said that.
You don't understand statistics. You certainly do not understand science. Why you did? You wouldn't be so stupid. Anything retarded, as Dr. Stephen Bell put it, because that makes you and all with an F word, all the worst things. Oh, it was positive, it was beneficial, it was wonderful, it protected me perfectly.
Story that I expected, as opposed to how can I make my dogma correct? And you're not really doing science or ready to do science. That's the problem.
Oh.
It doesn't sound like you're ready to learn.
Yeah, you're not ready to learn.
Just like
You're not ready to learn. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, I am losing all faith that anyone is redeemable. None of these people have changed or learned a thing in 5 years.
I like the
How terrifying!
I only look at the evidence that I lied.
What a compliment.
Exactly, everything is projection.
No, I just look at the evidence.
I thought they said you would have evidence. I was like, what a compliment. Regardless if it fits your narrative or not.
Yep. Very interesting.
So I think I have it's in a nonpartisan election, so her politics are irrelevant. But interestingly enough, her politics are progressive. I think I just voted for the first progressive I ever voted for in my voting career. She's now a woman named Talita Villarreal. She's running to be my city commissioner, and it's a nonpartisan race, but I know where she lies.
Yeah, for Texas stuff you're talking about, okay.
Yeah, and she seems to be fairly progressive on the immigration issue, on medicine, on community empowerment. And I didn't really think about it before because I liked the girl. I was like, that's interesting. I voted for the first progressive I ever voted for.
I thought for some reason you were imitating something you heard Michaela say. I was like, what's going on? I was like, you. You just, there was no comma there. So I was like, wait, he just went right. I gotcha. I must have missed it. Gotcha. That's cool. How'd that feel?
Righteous. I like her. I would never have agreed to help her if I didn't think she was qualified to do the job. She comes from a 501c3 background, managed a charity that does professional development for folks on the lower end of the ladder, college and high school development and placing people in internships, right? Basically giving the poorest of the poor in the Rio Grande Valley access to professional advancement. And she went from a $2 million, under a $2 million budget to a $6 million budget, which for my area is big. I realize in big cities it's probably not all that big. And she did that, and she's a public accountant, which means she'll be really good at looking through the city's books and where we spend our money. So I like her. Plus, she's just a genuinely nice person.
There you go. Hey, Marshall, do you know Peter Navarro? He was on the Trump team. Yeah, so Peter Navarro used to be a Democrat, and he ran for Congress in San Diego. And, Hillary Clinton came in, campaigned for him and all that. He is the reason that I voted Republican once. I voted for Brian Bilbrey, who got elected and then got kicked out the next election because he voted to impeach Clinton, and San Diego was not an impeaching area. So they voted him out. And then after he left office, this Brian Bill Gray, he was indicted for fraud and this and that. So Peter Navarro forced me to vote for a fraudster Republican. And then Phil Angelides forced me to vote for Arnold Schwarzenegger. Because I could not stand Phil Angelides. He was a snake.
Well, I will. So there are 2 races on the Texas ballot. Depending on who gets elected, that I actively vote against on the other side of the aisle. If it's Ken Paxton, I will vote for James Tellerico, despite the fact that he's more progressive. And then whoever Dan Patrick's Democratic opponent is, I really don't like Dan.
Who's Dan Patrick?
Like
okay.
The Lieutenant Governor of Texas, he told me in 2020, and I'm quoting him nearly exactly, that if I did not think it was awesome, then I was not a Republican. And he then told me, when I asked him about who he represented, he said, well, I only represent the people that voted for me. And I've wanted him out of office ever since. You don't ignore the entire other vote against. My state senator race, I vote for the Democrat. My county judge race, I vote for the Democrat.
Okay.
My sheriff race, I vote for the Democrat. Right? Like I'm weird as a Republican insofar as I mix my ticket every election and have since I was 18. I've never voted a straight red lever. I think straight ticket voting is kind of dumb. I think it should be about like who you think will do the best job. But on a side note, they finally finished putting that LNG pipe on my land. It took them a month, but they finally finished. Then they'll put all the dirt back down, smooth it out, and then put some grass seeds on it so it grows. And then that's what they're obligated to do. The other thing I find most interesting about science that it's supposed to be replicatable. I think that's an interesting part of it. That you should be able to replicate the experiment. Oh, sorry, Sam.
Interesting idea as well. Maybe someday science will adopt that feature. You see.
Well, I thought
Benjamin.
Hey, Sam.
Until you have explained your page 102, you're not allowed to talk about that. Okay? You have not explained your page 102, so you're not in any position to talk about anybody else's data. But among friends. No, yeah, don't interrupt. I was gonna say, you guys know me. If you want to argue against me, calling me an asshole is not going to cut it. Because I don't care if you call me names, as long as you're making a rational argument. So calling me an asshole isn't going to win you the point. It isn't going to make me stand it. So in the future, if you're ever going to an argument with me, if you call me names, I just know that I'm winning the argument. That's all it makes.
That's my argument. Yeah, that's Benjamin. I mean, you guys are next to each other for a reason. That's kind of just like saying, Sam, I see you. Benjamin, I see you. It's the same thing, right?
Exactly.
No, I agree with Sam here. I think
you actually provide complete evidence for your morality.
Are you saying you think science is replicatable?
What does that have to do with you being a moron?
Something that's
Okay. Yeah. See?
That's something that I guess the mentors that I had in life kind of purposely did. They would get me into states of dysregulation, and they would just show me that I lost the argument based off of my inability to be emotionally regulated. So it's interesting how like
you just gotta work on not losing arguments or your ability not to make words sound.
Thanks for the advice. It's actually interesting how people always want to be right and how their emotions seem to be tied to their striving to. And so I would say like the two biggest learning lessons have nothing to do with the actual content of the debates. The two biggest learning lessons had to do with not always wanting to be right and being emotionally regulated.
I wish I had your debate microphones.
Yeah, I don't know. I had to storm away several times until I learned how to sit there still and to accept being wrong and not be upset about it. It was a lot of.
See a Benjamin joke right now. That's where I would normally throw my Benjamin joke.
But I will say, like, that's what I appreciate about goal.
Is you you're holding back on this, or you want to do it?
Yeah, I was holding back. I was going to say, like, well, there's great training for being wrong. You just listen to Benjamin every day. Come on in there. See how.
I'm not afraid to be wrong. I think it's more important to have validations. Being right is kind of.
Yeah, I think.
Benjamin almost always.
I think that had more to do with like the testosterone as a young man or something. I don't know. In my younger 20s, I for sure always wanted to be.
See, I don't care if the person is right or wrong. Right? I just care. Can you support your position?
My entire spiel is based on that.
I don't care if it's right or wrong. Show your work. I want to see your work. I want to see the evidence. I want to see the argument. I want to see. Exactly. Show me the data. Yeah, see, Benjamin, it's been how many years I've been telling you, show us the data of the Foster calculations that you've done, and you wish you used to do that.
When I do like what we're doing in calc today, like I very, very rarely actually do the math in the class that often. Like I will do it enough so they know I'm an expert on it and that they realize that I'm not going to be doing the math they are, right? So I'm kind of like a dentist. Like only when they're stuck do I come in and show them like what they're missing or whatever, right? So today we were in the middle of, well, I won't bore you with the details of the problem, but there was a way to get to the answer of the problem in about 7 seconds. But the way that they thought the problem was like should have been like a 3-minute problem, right? They were missing sort of like, and that's why it was so key to see. I needed to see what you.
So he sits there and doesn't teach them anything. He tricks them and then pokes and prods, but yet teaches nothing. He's a failure as a teacher, failure as a room mod. He's no pro. He's a horrible musician. And John Kitover, running for Chicago, is obviously a much better musician than pro lyrical. That's just a fact, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that I'm sitting in here producing the Pro Lyrical Show means that I'm the master recorder. You can call me the masturbator, and I'm just trying to articulate and ejaculate, but I can't seem to find my Sheena. You're going to show the alarm. It's coming. It's coming. I just keep coming. People ask me, what's your secret to success, John? And I say, I just keep coming. I just keep coming. Coming. I just keep on coming. He keeps coming. He keeps coming. He keeps coming.
It doesn't mean if I agree with you in real life. It's just like, okay, now I see what you're working on and what you valued and what you did, blah, blah, blah.
So Benjamin, if I were to ask John Mallinckrodt if you showed your calculations and your data, Andy, did Benjamin do the calculations for Closser using the data that he generated during the experiments to show that Closser's conclusions are incorrect? When Andy comes back, I'll ask him again. But what would you think? So the question to you, Andy, is did Benjamin show you the data for the experiments he conducted that concluded Foster's 1976 paper was wrong?
Absolutely not. He never conducted any experiments stuff. The data he did share was for.
But today I just told him until you show us your data, and he said, I have shown the data here. I have shown it many times. Ask Andy. So I'm asking you, did he speak the truth when he said that he has done the experiments, he has the data, and he has shown it here?
Well, he definitely has not done any experiments.
Okay.
He did share some data from Delft that he claims to have encouraged Delft to publish that was never published before. And he also shared some was it a Colab, or I'm not sure what it was, but it was like a Python notebook thing that did some stuff with the data. But on talking to him, I'm not convinced at all that he actually understands the data. And he claims that, I could just filter the data and get any result I want. And I'm like, well, of course, if you just fucking filter, but he never demonstrated that the way he's filtering it is motivated by any reasonable method, or that the way that Delft filtered it was unreasonable. He claims it is, but he's never.
So he did not tell the truth when he said that he has shown the data many times.
I mean, I guess I'm going to let you figure out.
No. Okay, so you are not aware of him having shown the data many times in Clubhouse.
He did share the Delft data.
No. Did he show the data of the experiments he conducted to show Gloucester's paper was incorrect?
Oh, absolutely not. Nothing.
Okay, thank you. That's it. It was a yes or no question.
Well, it's kind of a silly question because Gloucester's data is not available, so nobody can show it.
That wasn't the question. We didn't. No, we didn't. We didn't at all talk about Gloucester's data. Nobody talks about Gloucester's. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, but I didn't talk about his data. I said you conducting the experiments to show us that the Gloucester paper was wrong. No, you have. Well, Andy just said you have. Well, Well, you
And
asked.
and
You told. So who did you show it to? Who did you show it to?
And they have seen it, John. Like, seen what?
Well, Andy just said he hasn't. What are you talking about?
That's on him.
Andy, are you lying to me?
I said you. So, Benjamin, did Sam just misrepresent what you said earlier? Did you? Who first questioned Klauser? Because Sam just asked me. Sam just asked me if you did the experiment on Klauser's data. And I said absolutely not, because we did not ever do anything with Klauser's data. You did do something with the Delft data. I don't think what you did is of any significance. And you think it is, and you present it as you did. On that. But I'm not sure. Again, a lot of things something weird. No, not weird. It's normal stuff.
I shared with you.
The anti-vaxxers are no longer here.
I shared with you the experiments I conducted.
That's not what you know. No, taking the data and putting it in Excel and doing things is not an
data. What are you talking about?
Analysis of data is not an experiment.
Okay. We kind of, everything got twisted 700 different ways. So let me start over. Have you shown those experiments to anyone? The results of those experiments to anyone and the procedures? Have you shown them to anyone on Clubhouse?
Yes.
Who have you shown on Clubhouse that you have done that?
Yep.
Okay. Have you tried to publish your results?
In the sense that it's on CoLab.
Have you tried to publish? Have you tried to publish your results?
No, Sam just asked you that. Sam just asked you that, and you said yes. Just now.
Sorry, the experiment was done on the Delft data. That's Robert Hansen's project, not Klaus, because Klaus didn't publish his data.
So wait a minute. No, hold on. Crosser. So did you not publish your data either in your paper?
Published.
Actually, what do you mean?
Make it available to the public?
Did you than Crosser did with his data in your paper? Do you disclose the raw data in your paper? Where? What page number? What page number in your paper? Yeah. So did you publish your raw data with in your paper?
I haven't published this work yet.
Yeah, this is how you like this. He's asking these questions and then he can't answer them because it's hard.
I have some very basic science questions. How do you experiment with data? I thought the idea with looking at somebody else's experiment and criticizing it was that you then perform the experiment yourself. You try to perform the experiment yourself. And then if you could
depends on what your objection to the results are. Are you saying that they didn't collect correct data? Methodology was correct, but they got the data, but they analyzed it incorrectly. Those are three different things. So if they analyzed it incorrectly, you don't repeat the experiments. You just do the analysis on the data that they have provided, and then you say, see, we did the math, and they were wrong. But if you don't trust the actual experimental results, then you do the experiment to show if they got the right result or not.
So say you've done the experiment, you've gotten all the paper results, right? You've written it all down. Don't you then have to publish this data to an audience of your peers who then
So you then
review
it? No, you draft the paper, okay, and you submit it to a journal. And usually you try to submit it to the most prestigious journal you can. And then, and that's based on how important the study is, how widely beneficial it is, things like that. You want to publish it in a generalist journal like Nature or Science, or do you want to do it in a specialized journal of organic chemistry, right? So you decide where you want to publish it. You send it there. The editor of your section reviews it and then decides if it's complete or not, if it's proper for publication or not. If everything is okay, then the editor sends it to 3 or more reviewers. They review this and they send back comments. Comments could be either grammatical, which you don't care about, or they could be substantive. They could raise the question, now we don't think the results support the conclusions, right? And then the editor takes those comments into account and sends it back to the author and says, you need to fix this, this, and this in your paper. The author goes back to
find one or two, look at it would seem hard to face in the layman to conduct an experimental data if you find a reason to be experimental, you find that repetition is not needed.
So you don't do experiments on data. You do analysis on data. You do experiments.
I feel like I want to explain my understanding of what measurement things he's done. You look at the Delft data. If you think about
what is Delft?
The Delft experiment was a Bell-Teth experiment. The unique thing about it, there's a big old, I'm walking a little snake. Hey, little snake. It's a garter snake. Hi there. No, it's not a snake. It's a garter snake.
It's a boa.
Okay, they're very long. Gopher snakes are a little creepy because they look a lot like rattlesnakes. They're not. And what they built was it was a very long distance, I forget now, over kilometers, 1.5 or maybe more, I forget. Which the Bell-Teth experiments have these loopholes, and the loopholes are kind of silly. I think Benjamin has admitted that he thinks they're silly too. But there's they have gone through they jumped through a bunch of weird hoops to try to close some of these loopholes. And I think the Delft was the first, or maybe one of the first, to claim a loophole-free Delft or a Bell-Test. Part of the result of that, because of all the crazy things they did, there's a relatively small number of events. It's 247 or something like that. When I first heard that, I was like, that's bullshit. There's got, I assumed these experiments had millions of results, but I kind of understand why they had such few numbers, because they had such weird constraints that they put on themselves. because the other experiments with millions of events had already been done. So you do an experiment, you prove a thing, and you're like, well, maybe we want to close this loophole, we want to close that loophole, and you're like, I know, I want to close all these loopholes at once, and whatever. It was a weird configuration. This was a fairly small number of actual events that went into the results. But the one thing you gotta think is like, they're taking events, so they have little photon detectors that kilometers apart, and they're getting little pings, ping, 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 all the time. And what you're trying to do is correlate events and say, hey, these two events over here at A and over here at B, they probably came from the same originating event, right? Now, if they're too far apart from each other, you'd be like, well, okay, you can get positives, you can get false negatives, the sensors are very sensitive, photons can in, photons can leak out. There's lots of reasons why you wouldn't expect every single originating event to have an actually successful, I got two events recorded at either end. It's actually kind of a low success rate. So you can imagine that you would have to be very careful about the timings, about the recordings, and when you actually then fucking with the data. And he's like, oh, if I just open up this timing parameter, I just get classical results. My response is, well, of course you get classical. I mean, if you just open it up and start being like, well, this event that was a half a second after this event actually came from the same originating event, you're basically including stuff that's obviously entangled. And even when the timing is very tight, you don't know for sure they're entangled, but the likelihood. So he sees this filtering as evidence of fuckery. I see this filtering as the kind of shit you would have to do if you're doing this experiment. He claims to have said oh, if I just adjust these parameters, this Bell inequality violations just disappear. And I'm like, well, of course they disappear because you just widen the window. You're including So Benjamin thinks he's found something. I think he's just full of shit. That's my attempt to steelman Benjamin's position.
I did put an article.
No, I would rather you just respond to what I just said.
Yeah, you just said I did experiments on the data. And I found
no, you did not do an experiment. You did an analysis.
Oh, the article in the chat talks about
and you came up with the wrong
article. The article in the chat talks about the line.
He's not. He will not.
There's no article in the chat. When you click on it, the article shows up.
You gotta copy and paste it.
So you're not going to say that I'm misrepresenting you somehow, or
oh, sorry. Is this the image and logic, Peter Gallison?
Yeah. In that article,
this is a book.
Yeah.
Okay.
He talks about the line between both the experiment and the numerical analysis, and that really, without the numerical analysis, in these high data particle physics experiments, he's really talking about CERN, right?
Benjamin, have you conducted experiments and collected data to show the Clauser paper is wrong?
Yeah, in this way.
No. It's that's not an answer. Have you done it?
Yeah.
Or have you not done it?
Now, hold on, Benjamin. Please for a second. I just explained my understanding of your reason, right? You could have stared in and said, no, actually, when I discovered the way they were filtering it was wrong, this is why I think it's. You could have drilled into it, right? But you're not. You're steering away from it. You're going to be like, oh, there's other paper. Let me just talk about this for a second. So you could say.
You be honest, as opposed to lie to us in response to every question. So I'm going to ask again. Have you conducted? Can you answer this question once and for all? Have you conducted experiments based on Clauser's theories and all that, have you conducted experiments and collected data to show that Clauser's 1976 paper is wrong?
Yeah.
Have you shown that data to anyone?
Yeah. And you see.
Didn't we just go through this?
We did. Yeah.
That Andy said he hasn't seen it. That it wasn't, that the data you showed him wasn't the experiment I'm asking you about. There's well, it's, have you done it and have you not done it?
Andy has seen it.
No, it is not fair to say, have you done it or have you not done it? Okay, so then we conclude you are lying.
So,
right? Is that a fair conclusion that you're lying to us?
Benjamin, the way to handle Sam's question is say, well, it's not Clauser's data, it's Delft's data.
Okay,
and I didn't do an experiment. And hold on. And I didn't do an experiment. I did some analysis, and Andy has seen that. That would be accurate.
Okay, let me address those 2 points. The data is taken from Delft, but because Clauser did not publish the data, and I spoke to Clauser, and he said, well, a lot of people have replicated it, so find the data there, in essence. So he is just inviting me to assume that all other replications of the study are equivalent to his. In that sense, an analysis of Delft is an analysis. Not close. No, that's on fairly solid ground.
Not even.
Sorry,
the participation chain between Benjamin and Clauser is cringy. Like, you could have said, hey, Clauser, I'm really interested in this. I realize you don't have your data. Can you help me find data to maybe to some undergrad lab or somewhere? Like, I'm interested in this experiment. I want to see what the data is like. And he could have said fuck off, or he could have been like, actually, I have a colleague at Berkeley who runs the underground physics lab. You should get a hold of him. Like, you could have done it that way, but actually, you were super rude to him.
Right, but that's not the point. Right, that's not the point. The point is that John has told you, he's a physicist, and he has told you that the experiments that Clauser did do get repeated in undergraduate physics. Have you tried those experiments? Have you looked into that? Yeah. Have you looked? Yeah. Have you looked? Don't care. I don't care. Right.
It's very.
Oh man.
It's very fun. It's very fun.
It was an honor to you guys. One of you, the client that went on to commit mass murder. Then they do that. They call them. Okay. Have you ever heard of moral dilemma? Some kind of like family, or at least a super villain with some great.
Okay.
Yeah, he listens to like
videos. Alright.
It was an honor to you guys.
Okay. Alright. No. Okay. So yes, I see the scientific measure.
Getting back to your second
Everything
question.
Benjamin says. Why do I? No. I don't want to get back to anything. I think we're done. Andy, do you want to get back to your second question, or? What? What is it?
Most of those reasons these bring about stagnation in each
actually, it was, you know what, I think the because when you
discover your infinite value, making a fool of themselves.
Which I completely understand, and I totally comprehend that. Because it was a construction class. Well, so he had 3 classes, 2 construction classes and 1 like engineering class, and it was fucking awesome. They're building. Okay, so the construction class was divided up the first years and second years. The people who were like taking it the second time, they were outside building like an ADU, like a I don't know, 250 square foot, like little structure that had like a little bedroom, a little living room, a little kitchen, little thing. Like, so imagine that, stick-built construction, a roof, windows, door, like cabinetry, little sink, little bathroom. Like, it was, and they shipped this out, and they arranged fully awesome. And the kids inside were doing, I helped them with like a resume building, like totally practical skill, right? And then the engineering class, they were doing like, they weren't Arduinos, they were something called microbit chips, which is like a newer generation.
From the UK.
What grade is this?
This was it was high school, so like sophomore or junior or senior. And they were doing the little
micro pipe.
Yeah, exactly. And they were doing a little project where they had like a little breadboard with 2 potentiometers and 2 servos and a little LED light like steering. Basically, the assignment was a laser turret.
Was it what?
A laser turret. And if you did it right, you could. Anyways, it was awesome, and I was helping them with both the hardware and the code. And I'm like, oh my god, this is my happy place. I love this shit. One of the kids asked me, like, how do you know this stuff? And I'm like, half from hobby stuff and half from my professional work. Like I don't know, like this stuff is cool. Like I would do this all day for fun. I was super impressed, and I had a fun little discussion because in the engineering class, the kids, a few of the kids knew what was going on. A lot of them were kind of struggling, as students do. And they were doing this funny thing of like, hey, send me the code. Your code works. So they were like, collaborating. There's a big emphasis on collaboration back in like the 70s. This idea that like,
9 women.
No, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Well, actually, that's right. I thought you were going to go somewhere weird with that, but yeah. That's true. And the guys got it's just a weird balance because like copying is. I wrote this on the board. I'm like, copy equals bad, reuse equals good. Like reusing code is a skill on its own. Like, so you definitely find code, other people's code, your own older code. You should. In fact, it's just funny because like someone's like, "Hey, how did you get this to work?" And he's like, "Because I took this from the last assignment." And I'm like, that's what you guys have to be. You have to be paying attention to. Like the last assignment was doing a thing, and you got to recognize now this next assignment is doing 3 things, but you can copy and paste some of your code and change the input numbers and change the variable names, but you have to look at that code and like recognize what it's doing, and don't just paste it in and be confused by why it's not working. So I was trying to help them with this, and I'm sure the teacher's awesome and stuff, but he wasn't there. I know I was. So it was just really fun. Like I thought this was just a really great lesson and exercise for them to do. And some of them were thriving, some of them were struggling, some of them were checked out. That's just public education in the U.S. But to be in a classroom where they had like laser cutters and construction going on out back, and 3D printers, there was a scene and sound, and I don't know. I thought it was cool. I had a good day. That's all I'm saying. We can get back to stupid shit now. If you want. Also, like version control. I'm like, you guys gotta save your code, right? So because when you have the version of the code that worked, and now you worked on it and it doesn't work, you really should be able to go back to the old version and try that one again and ask yourself what's going on with the hardware, what's going on with the software. I don't know. Just that general troubleshooting, I really enjoy that. And some kids catch on to it, and other kids are just, their eyes are glazed over. But it's fun to. It's a fun subject to work with.
I sneezed.
So you were agreeing. Hi. Paper.
No, I just sneezed. I didn't realize.
Your question,
I didn't realize I might.
Andy, about whether analyzing data is the experiment. Put that book where this is discussed. You know, look, you can be persuaded by that argument. There's different schools. There's definitely a Baconist, Kevin Bacon, view of what constitutes an experiment. But by that instruction, Bacon has a particular definition you're ignoring.
You could take the data and analyze it and point out a flaw. That would be very, very valuable. You pretend to have done that, but you have not done that.
Well, look.
Well,
you're persuaded by my research.
Well, if it was right, I would be persuaded by it.
That's fine.
I'm open-minded to it. I looked at it.
There's lots.
I spent some time on it. After all,
you did. There's lots of research that is not persuasive. Right? Roger Penrose claims to be not persuaded by a lot of quantum mechanic research.
All you could do if you reanalyze someone's data is prove them wrong. Right? You can
prove in science.
No, you can prove something's wrong though. You could show a mistake was made. Yes,
you can. You can prove they're wrong.
Yeah,
you can't prove they're right.
Right.
Yes, you can. You do an experiment and show you got results that's counter to what they said, so they're wrong.
You can analyze the data.
It's not. It's logic.
Yeah, you can analyze their data and come up with the same results, and you'd be like, yeah, I don't know, yeah, okay. Okay, so you did the analysis right, whatever. Does that prove anything? No. It's just if there was a mistake, it wasn't in the analysis according to you. Like that's what you would do if you redid the data and came to the same result. You're pretending to come up with a different result, but you haven't defended that. You haven't explained it very well at all. You just say you do it. Like, I can come up with any value I want. But
to be fair,
what you're saying is I can totally do the analysis badly and come up with any data I want. You haven't proven that they did something bad. You're literally demonstrating how to analyze data badly. And you're like, see, if I do it badly, I can come up with any result I want. That's all you're doing. You have not motivated the way you're doing in the particular is any better.
First of all, the kind of analysis I did is exactly the kind of analysis they did in the supplemental. Running a suite over a parameter.
No, it's not. See, you're saying stuff because other people haven't looked at the supplemental. All the supplemental does is the supplemental is a little.
They also.
The supplemental, like all supplementals, just goes into the data a little more carefully. But they don't sweep the data until they get the right result. No, they don't.
Well, that's a question. They don't.
No.
Don't say
you make it sound like, we're just going to sweep to the data until we get the result we want. And then we're going to be like, this is how we do it. That is your fantasy, right? Clearly, that's your fantasy. But you haven't convinced me. Okay, I've looked at the data. So I'm ready for a smoking gun here, but we have not provided it.
That's fair. You have been provided with the evidence. You haven't absorbed it, and it's probably my fault. But I assure you, the evidence is there.
Well, I know a guy whose mom came down with Alzheimer's with her from his aunt. Are you calling us liars? Fucking asshole. A good appeal to emotion really that works always, right? I think it's funny that is not better for Alzheimer's. And he was like, okay, maybe it wasn't Alzheimer's.
But the question is whether or not data science is science. That's really the question. And I would submit you should read that book. If you're not convinced that data science is science, I think it's important to understand what Bacon requires in a science experiment, which is you have to kick the tires. In other words, you have to interfere with nature.
I'm open-minded to data science.
In astronomy.
Yeah.
You can't
I don't know why you bring up Bacon, other than Bacon being
Francis Bacon. Well, because Francis Bacon kind of lays down a useful definition for what here, Hanson, I'll invite you up. Francis Bacon lays down a kind of early description of what a scientific experiment is. And it's a good one.
What? Okay, can you stop talking so much and just say what it is? Like, say what it is.
I'll read it to you.
Just be quick about it. I'm not going to do the flourish. It's the introductions. It's the not answering the questions. Stop.
No, I am silent for hours and hours.
I'm open-minded to data science being science because I think data has a sort of emergent quality all on its own when there's a lot of it. But all I know is I worked at Apple for a year, and I was called a data scientist. Everybody called themselves data scientists there, and nobody, including myself, was a data scientist. I'm like, this is a fiction, right? Like, everybody's a data scientist? Like, what? How does that work? Anyways, data science is a funny term. I think it's kind of coming with, right? Or maybe it's still around.
In a strict Kantian sense.
Very, very weird.
For AI, an experiment requires you to, quote, intervene, set up conditions, manipulate variables, and observe outcomes. On that definition, the analysis isn't an experiment. That's Bacon's.
Wait, say that again? On that analysis is not an experiment?
On that definition, on a Baconian sense, an experiment requires you to intervene. You set up conditions, you manipulate variables, and observe outcomes. On that definition, and analyzing the data is not a scientific experiment.
Okay, that's what we've been saying for hours. You've been fighting it, and then you do this thing where you're like, okay, you were right. I'm going to slip some of the rug and just keep talking as if I was right the whole time.
I don't. Be careful what you wish for, because you might not like the same answer. If you want to stick with Bacon, you have to join me in getting rid of all the soft sciences, all the psychoanalysis, all of astronomy.
Wait, hold on. Lygos is collecting data.
Be careful what you wish for.
So it's doing the observation. Okay.
Yeah. It is doing the observation and collecting data.
Oh, right.
It doesn't interfere. It doesn't change the conditions.
Experimental science.
Intervention science.
And I think that's fair to point out. But psychology you can definitely intervene. But psychology is weird for a lot of other reasons, which I think you're right.
And a lot of times you can't intervene. In other words, you can't give
you can say this. But you can say something about
kids
y'all.
I mean,
you can. But you can look at past data.
There you go.
And
around it.
It's true, you can't all.
But
also,
you're saying the analysis of past data.
But you can do things. No. You can introduce lead to temples, or to other. You can still do things. You can't do exactly like I can't recreate the Big Bang, but I can do things in particle accelerators and very briefly, introduce conditions that we think are very close to. So you can still do things. Lygos is an example. You can measure. So
we say hi to Hanson.
Hi, Hanson.
Hey, guys.
Michaela, you guys thinking? You guys
gonna go on a date?
want to be a fly on that wall.
So Benjamin, I generally support your scrutiny of data and sciences and all that. But I mean, I think you should also take on the careful scrutiny, spirit of scrutiny yourself as well. I mean, like that.
You mean on myself?
Yes. So the on yourself
I have surrounded myself with people. I have surrounded myself with people who are more than willing to do that work for me.
The thing is, like this data, the quantum Delph data, example of that, using the data. I told you that your reading of the chart was wrong, and you never
reading of which.
You said the chart, this counting chart plot. You thought that was the
I think I know what you're trying to say. Can I say what I think you're getting at? I think what you're trying to say is I charted detections quote up and detections quote down, and you showed that there is no up or down, there's only early and late, and that somehow those are interpreted. There's only early and late. In other words, early arriving detections and late arriving detections. Somehow up and down is increased. And what do you think I should make? What do you think I should make of that that I didn't make? Yeah, that my analysis of up and down is somehow invalid, simply because the mechanism that they use to distinguish between up and down was time of arrival.
Well, the thing is,
but I think this.
The thing is, you have no base to draw your conclusion because you didn't even get the number of up and down.
Hey, can I ask you just one question?
Does not need to be up and down numbers. You need to do a computation to get that, and you didn't do that computation. So there's no. You're saying that you didn't agree on it, but the thing is, you didn't even have that to make the judgment. That's what I'm saying. Whether it's true or not, that's out of the question because you don't have anything to judge what's true.
I'd like to ask you a question when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you agree with this? This is a statement. Irregardless, irrespective, without consideration, and I don't give a hell, and I don't give a damn how you distinguish up and down, would you accept that if you are properly detecting ups and downs in a well-qualified quantum gate, that the ups must match the downs?
Yes, most cases. I mean, most likely I haven't.
I'm going to take that as a. I'm going to take that as yes.
Sure that.
I'm going to take that as yes. And then I'm going to point out that when I use their math, do their own evaluation of down, the ups don't match the downs. So your argument that I have to concern myself with the mathematics they use up and down, I wasn't that he was here because it's not up to me to.
It's not for your evidence there being wrong that you showed that graph, right? You showed the evidence. He showed the what do you call demonstration or whatever, show the graph as X, right? You're picking the wrong graph. I mean, if you do have the graph, if you have the result, you have results. Okay, maybe you have computed it. Maybe they plotted. I mean, they plotted the
It's very interesting, but also not important how they deduce up from down. Because the test for a proper bill quantum state is that the ups match the downs.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think I'm shocked. Suppose it's the most. Suppose it's people. You haven't shown their numbers are not equal. International is equal to a month. And secretary. You have to show numbers first. And then check the numbers like reading the bounds. No, I don't have a new profile. You got a family? I've always had a family. Damn, I didn't know that. Yeah, this whole time they call you Cool C. I'm like, damn, I didn't know you was Ike. Bro, I don't be on that. I'm not Ike no more. Nah, this sound like Ike. No. I've never been Ike. I've always. Man, this never been Ike. I don't know who Ike is. Wait on that girl, they got the bus. What? Ike? School bus, you stay in Utah. Ike, come on, bro. No. I don't know Ike. You know what I'm talking about, her? Hey, Ike. They had the bus? No, I don't remember. Oh, damn. Okay. Wait a second, how did I get the Dragon Games? Just the top of past time. That's insane.
I'll say this. Historically, when there's someone that homophobic to that extent, they got something else going on.
He's too homo-focused. Homo-focused.
That's a new one. I'm going to use that one going forward.
He's homo-focused. He's too homo-focused.
And he
should not be a homo.
And then for him to go to the gay district in Philly to specifically pick up gay rides to take them home. What did he say? To pick them up and drop them off? That's what he does?
Yeah, that's what he said. Something like that. He has a bus. Like I'm telling you. Yo. I'm back. Yo, welcome back, Ike. Ike has a bus. I don't have a bus. I'm not Ike. I don't know who the fuck Ike is. I've never known Ike. Unless he was in the trucking room. Don't know Ike. Never been Ike. I'm a white man from VA.
Cool. See, so you're 50 years old. What's your zodiac sign? You asked me whether I swallowed cum. I should be able to ask you what your birthday is.
No, I don't share my birthday.
But
you're not someone special.
But I was special enough for you to ask if I swallowed cum.
I guess you reminded me.
But now I'm not special enough.
I don't know.
Oh, you know.
The way you and Galaxy talk.
I don't even know this Galaxy guy.
If you know Galaxy, that's Ike.
No, I'm not Ike.
Galaxy Bender. Yeah, Ike.
No, I'm not Ike. I've been Cool C since 2022. If you look at this app, how many years have I been on here? It will tell you, and I've not changed my name once. I think I had my original name on here at one point, and I changed it from that. As soon as I realized about trolling. Like right now, I'm in New York State.
What are you doing in New York?
I'm about to shut down for my long-ass day of driving over 300 miles.
What are you going to do now that you're shutting down?
I'm going to eat dinner.
What are you going to have for dinner?
Turkey, lettuce, turkey, tomato, mayonnaise, pickles, some hot peppers on.
When you're in New York, do you frequent the Village by chance?
And I got some Arizona green tea I'm going to probably drink with it.
When you're in New York, do you frequent the Village by any chance?
A what?
When you're in New York, do you go to a place called the Village?
I don't even know where that would be. I don't go to the city. I don't know where you're talking about. I am a truck driver. I'm about to deliver.
Hold on.
Stuff tomorrow.
So why are you picking up gay people in Philly if you're a truck driver? What load is that?
Why would I be picking up people in Philadelphia if I'm getting like
verbatim? That's what you said.
No, I said when I was an Uber and Lyft driver, I picked up people from that district.
Brother.
Never said now. I said when I was an Uber and Lyft driver.
Continue, question.
It's an honor to be right now.
Turn right, then take the second right. Thank you. You've helped me get down the road 112 miles. It's amazing.
What's happening now? I don't even know. I'm getting accosted by a white supremacist closeted homo.
Why am I white supremacist? I didn't call you anything bad.
Is that what it takes?
What?
To be a white supremacist?
I'm not against any race or religion. Well, race.
Cool. See, is it worse to be a white supremacist or a homophobe?
I have no clue what you're talking about, being white supremacist.
Cool C believes in anti-miscegenation laws.
Anti what?
miscegenation.
What's
Oh,
that?
and come on, dog. You already know. Take it down too low.
You said, Cool C, that you would not date
I have not
or
dated
marry
out
a
of my
black
race.
woman because
No,
you
I
don't
never said I would not marry. I just said I've
You
never
said
dated.
you would not because you don't think it's right.
Never said that. I've never
That's what
dated
you
outside
said.
of my race. I said,
Everybody heard you say that you
No.
wouldn't do it because you believe it's wrong. That's what you
no,
said.
I never said I believe it's wrong. I stated my cousin married someone.
Yeah, but that's somebody else. What you told us was that you wouldn't do it because you believe it's wrong. But
No,
if your kids did it, you would not oppose it. That's what you said.
I never said I would not do it. I just said I'm married and I haven't dated outside my race.
Yeah, which is fine. But I'm just what stuck out to me was your
See, you're
assertion
thinking
that
about
you
things
would not
that
do it.
stick out. You're thinking about things that stick out. So is it your point that you're thinking about that sticking out? No.
Oh, all right, cool. See, how far does yours stick out?
There is no need for you to know anything about me other than my nickname, Cool C.
Wait a second. So you think it's okay to ask me if I swallow cum, but it's not okay for me to ask you how far your dick sticks out?
I don't know why it would matter to you because it only matters to my wife.
So then why does it matter to you whether I swallow cum?
Because it does.
Think wisely before you answer.
Insane
answer.
Think wisely.
Because it's entertainment, it helps me get down the road, and I just drove, like I said, I'll actually give you the total for today. How many miles I drove. So you know. You care. Watch.
Let me tell you something, y'all. Cool C is that kind of nasty white man who's married to a white woman who goes to different truck stops, goes to the bathrooms, and gets on his knees and has people deposit cum in his mouth, because that's the shit that he does. That's why he came on stage to ask me. Cool C, you're the one who's drinking strange cum at truck stops.
No,
That's what you're doing. I already know your type.
And you don't know anything.
Let me tell y'all. Cool C has never seen a glory hole he did not like, okay?
You just want to be
Oh my God, no.
Oh, wow.
Definitely not.
I have a question. How long have you been driving trucks?
Oh my God.
About 5 years. 5 years we start coming September.
Okay. And is this like your predominant full time? Like you do it year round or
what? Is it my predominant what time?
Job. Brother. Dude, bring it down.
It's my income.
Okay, so this is okay. Well, what is clear to me is that you spend a lot of time alone.
It's not alone if I'm dealing with you guys.
Well, no, it is, and let me tell you why.
No, it isn't.
Because
it's not alone.
Hold on, how long have you been on the app?
Since 2022, when I started driving, or 21.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Being on the app doesn't approximate in-person, interpersonal relationship. You have, for whatever reason, built a persona around your engagements on Clubhouse. I can tell by the nature of your conversations, like the actual things that you contribute in conversation, the way that you engage other people, your inability to enter conversations at the level of other people, your persistence in asking awkward questions, inappropriate questions, your inability to regulate
what questions you ask, I can tell that you spend a lot of time not engaging with a lot of people personally, right? It is weird. Now, I'm just speaking for me, but I'm sure I'm speaking for many people on stage and in the group. It is weird that you think that your conversation here was appropriate just because you were trying to get down the road. Realize that it was inappropriate, but you did feel uncomfortable for some. When Hurricane asked you questions about your life, it begs the question, how often do you talk to other people about your actual life? I would probably guess you have a lot of things that you keep from your wife, things that you do on the app. I'm not saying that, whatever. People saying that you probably don't talk to her a lot on the phone. You don't engage with her.
I just was on the phone with her about 10 minutes ago.
And the people and
don't believe it
was asked. I said homosexual. A man that you believe to be homosexual. The very next thing you do after you talk to your wife is you ask a man who is a stranger to you whether or not he swallows cum. So, I could be completely wrong, and I'm willing to, accept that. But
brother, you have premonition though. Wouldn't you act on your premonition?
It was an internal belief that he had. Something spoke to him about another man's sexuality, and that prompted you the questions. Like, that was the catalyst for you asking those questions. You, even using that as a justification, since you don't really talk to a lot of people, you clearly don't seem to have a lot of friends, and the friends that you have are very sort of, they're cut off from the rest of your life. Now, do you ask, I have a question, do you spend a lot of time on your radio talking to people you don't know? Have you developed friendships on the CD?
There's usually not that many people on CBs in the Northeast.
Okay. So, again, you are isolated. Do you take your family with you?
No. I'm not isolated.
Wait, are there other people who ride with you in the truck?
No. Not right now.
Not right now.
I have not been able to bring my family because I'm a company driver.
Okay. And so you've been doing this for the last 5 years. I mean, you are isolated. People, you can.
How am I isolated when if I go into a truck stop, I sit down and have conversations or talk to people. How am I isolated then? If I'm talking to other people at a restaurant
how many hours are you doing that per day?
Usually dinner time, passing, seeing how they're doing, asking them. Actually,
okay, exactly.
That's a whole different.
So the equivalent of getting that. So again, I'm going to say that you're isolated. You think that those are meaningful interpersonal relationships, people that are strangers who you don't know, who you're seeing at a station. That's why I think you're a little off. You don't realize it. It's been too long.
My question to you, Cool C, is when you're at these truck stops eating dinner and someone presents as Hurricane and Galaxy, do you ask them that same question?
I don't even talk like that. I show respect. And this is an app. There's a difference. Personal interaction. It's like people would say, would you ever say the N-word? No, I would not say that in public. I mean, I don't. So, I mean, it's just you act differently when you're in public.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you, stay out of crime. You would do a full bid, 100%.
Wait a second, Kursi. We have a guest, Shmur Snoopy. So, just to let you guys. Smurf is back.
Whoever that is.
Is your body.
I don't know who that is.
And said he would never say an N-word in public. Be smarter than that.
Are you writing that word when you're home alone on the paper or the Uncles?
Oh, Uncle, someone from the sand, maybe that, in public. Yes. I read too.
What was the last thing you read?
I mean,
No. What was the last thing you read?
Well, I read the newspaper articles. I read articles on what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, what's going on with Iran, what's going on with Russia, what's going on in Ukraine. I read that stuff daily.
So you're basically geopolitical expert.
No, I'm not a geopolitics expert, but I read about different things from trucking articles on what the FMCSA is imposing, because it's important to me how they're working about the non-domicile CDL drivers, how that 1,200 of them are losing their licensing at this point in time because of state, how New York lost $75 million or $75,000 through CDL schooling because of bringing in non-domicile CDL holders, how Pennsylvania lost $16 million or whatever on that.
Hold on. The difference between 75 million and 75,000 is significant, brother.
I agree. I just don't remember what I read. I think it was 75 million they lost. It was last week's article. I'll try and find it. But it was last week, they said, or the week before. So I'm reading stuff daily.
Respect.
I try and keep on top of the news, try and keep on top of the stuff. If you've ever been in a room, and if you look at if you see some of my PTR pictures, what's this one here? We'll make this my profile picture. So this profile picture. About 1896, he was the first Republicans. From Hiram Rebels, the Representative Benjamin Turner, Joshua Walls, Joseph Marini. I've had these conversations with King. I forget his name here, but I've had conversations about the KKK, how it was started by the Democratic Party, how it's unjust, how it affected the communities, not only black and low-income families, and Margaret Sanger, how she destroyed families, and we were having a conversation today about how many more people there would be in one room for information purposes only, where it mattered that if there were more people in the world, that maybe there would be more differences, and I said that if the Democrats, the drugs weren't introduced, and Margaret Sanger wasn't introduced, the population might be from 13 to 22% in the population, and why getting rid of the illegal immigrants, because if there were more illegal immigrants going in the country right now, that there's more of them than there is the black and African American population of 13%. There's more of them, then that causes a very much divide again in this country. The fact that the separation of families and the videos of Chicago in 1968 showed a husband and wife sitting on a couch saying if I wanted to get food stamps or low-income housing, I can't have my husband here. And then there's the videos of the projects in New York talking about this stuff. So I do my research, and I am 100%.
Really cool, see?
I'm 100%. What?
Cool, see? I don't know if you can have any more right-wing
talking points than what you just shared. Like literally the playbook. Do you have the playbook open in front of you? Is that what you're reading from?
King also talks about this. Do you know who King is? He's in these rooms.
Does he represent black folks? Is that who King is?
Yes, he is black.
That's not. I
He
didn't
talks
ask that.
about this stuff. Yes, he talks about people opening up their eyes, free or doctor.
So do you think the Democrats who started the KKK are the same type of
Yes,
Democrats? Are they more like the Democrats today than they are the Republicans today? Which one do you
There
think?
was no party switch. That's the problem. You
Are
believe
you
there was a party
serious?
switch. There was never a party switch. There was a few of the Democrats from the North that went to the South because some of the South Democrats came to the North because of the Republicans. So the Democrats, some of them have switched from being against slavery because in 1968, when was Jim Crow laws? That was all done and voted on by the Democrats, and 98% Democrats voted for it. Republicans believe that there should, like the Jim Crow laws, about all this other stuff. Republicans have not changed their side.
Wait, are you saying?
They've always
I'm
been
sorry.
for
One second.
black, white.
Are you saying that Republicans were against Jim Crow laws or
No.
for?
They were against Jim Crow laws. Democrats have been for them. Democrats have pushed the KKK. Democrats are the ones who pushed not telling Texas about the thing. That's why Juneteenth is here. That was Democrats, not the Republicans. Republicans were freed. Vote to King if you ever see him.
I'm cool on King, brother. I'm cool on.
So if you know who King, 3, or Doctor are, Doctor and 3 are the same person, you would know what I'm talking about.
Brother, what is that? What was that dude's name? The Office of New Americans. Is that the same dude he's talking about?
The Office of what?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, it might be.
He's talking about the guy who's in the Office of New Americans, that guy, that person. He's wax on. He's wax on too. Yeah. Never mind.
So today, Republicans for 2026, do you think that they're more progressive towards black empowerment and black rights and?
Oh yeah, we don't want you or black Americans to depend on the system. We want to make sure that the legal immigrants are out of here, that the jobs are available to black Americans as well as everybody else. DEI had nothing to. DEI was a freed up democratic thing that was just to try and get shit. Whatever.
No, you gotta articulate yourself a little bit better.
You should have been able to earn it on merit.
Jobs. What we talking about? Immigrants and they don't like to have.
Well, people actually have said there was a program that actually, when you used to get out of jail, this was that you were able to get into construction of building houses. Now you can't because they're all taken over by illegal immigrants or immigrants. Most of them building a house, build them in 2 or 3 days, and those jobs used to go to a lot of black Americans coming out of jail or opportunities for other things, or
some of the blacks who have, by some miraculous chance, avoided universities.
Well, that's good. I mean, there are privileged. There are people who have done the right thing. There are that have followed through, had good leadership. Yeah, King's seat. That's I think.
Before talking, what did you do for a living? Before COVID, what was your profession?
What?
What did you do before trucking? You say you started trucking in 2022, 2021. So what was your profession before you became a trucker?
Well, I sold cars, I sold RVs, I drove limousine, I was in restaurant management. We've done a lot of different things, drove Uber, Lyft.
So nothing. Okay, got it.
What's been your favorite occupation or job? Cool, see, I'm just curious.
Actually, right now, trucking has probably been one of my best jobs.
All that time alone?
I mean, it's the opportunity to see different places, meet different people.
Visit lots.
Would you watch out the window when your teacher said, you'll never get a job?
You show them, look at you trucking now.
Yeah. I'm interested about your sample is DEI. You said DEI, right? So what job was taken from you by a black person? Okay. So, but you care. So hold on. You care about our job so much, right? But the whole issue of DEI was that we were getting, black people getting jobs, quote unquote getting deserved. No, but yet you want to advocate for black people getting jobs. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't.
I'm like you make a great parent. You make a great parent because all you do is repeat the same thing you hear. If somebody says apple, you say apple. If someone says dick, you say dick. You just repeat the same. You have no original thought. Like you just repeat the same talking points you hear on the radio while you're driving down to the next car stop. But listen, no, it is. It is. The white boy DEI thing you heard from King. So King told you that, you so prone to it. You just said that. You just said crazy like you fucking. Listen. He's advocating for black jobs, right? Cool. Appreciate it. Thank you. But yet, the one program that was helping companies, right? Calm that down. Okay, so you're against white women too?
It wasn't helping companies.
Oh, no, are you against white women? Let me know that because you just said he. Okay. Oh, stop, calm down. So let me get straight. Calm down. Listen, I know you're taking that crank to keep driving, but you gotta calm down. So listen. You just said DEI put it to the white woman first. That's why you didn't like it, right?
No, it just took jobs from people that it gave jobs to people who didn't deserve it, who didn't earn the status, and
who were those people?
Education. Well, white women are one of them.
Okay, so white women are undereducated and didn't deserve the jobs.
Minority women.
You said white women got the most. So are you saying most white women are uneducated and don't deserve a job?
DEI didn't help what it was supposed to, though.
You said that white women benefited from it the most. So white women benefited from it the most, and you said people who got DEI was uneducated and didn't deserve the jobs. Are you saying people who
they were not uneducated? They were just not the state.
You said that. You literally said uneducated. Do you not remember saying that?
Undereducated and not the certain thing.
Do you believe that both you said white women who benefited the most from it? Most white women who benefited from it were undereducated and undeserving of the job.
At times, yeah.
Okay. But you say once again, your biggest that's tough to me was mostly white woman. You said it. You also say it. You said it to the high taggers.
Most
So,
white women. I didn't say
yes,
that
and so
they benefited
yes,
them more than anything. They got in there easier.
because they didn't deserve.
Never said they didn't deserve it. They just got in there.
So they
got in there.
So they deserved it even with the
No, it just made the diversity and inclusion easier giving it to a white woman because they then had met the quota of diversity.
Were they qualified or were they not qualified? I'm just curious.
DEI gave them the illusion that they hired a white woman.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Maybe where's the golf carts?
If a job requires that you have a 4-year degree,
the one side together to this world.
are they qualified? And if they got the job, was that justified or not?
If they met the requirements and they got it on their own free will without using any program, yeah, they were
What program? What do you mean program?
DEI, diversity inclusion.
But what does the program do? What do you mean? Does that automatically make you magically qualified if you're already qualified?
It means some of these companies were looking for acceptance because if they didn't do it, the Democrats would say shit, and that's why they
even when they died, they lived forever. Yeah, for Sam.
Teach them how to raise your children right.
You came on stage spewing some of the most foul, optimistic. You weren't here for it. My introduction to Cool C was a hell of an event.
Yes, it was.
It was special. Can you repeat that for us? Just so we know who you are. No. This was special. No.
It was special. Yeah. I get you. It was special.
Western PA, right?
But thank you.
Western PA, how far are you as far west as Pete?
Thank you for helping me get down the road, though.
How far from Pittsburgh are you? Are you literally middle PA, Western PA?
Which would mean Amish country?
How diverse is your community that you live in?
What do you mean diverse? What do you mean?
I'm sorry.
It's the suburbs.
I'm sorry. Let me break it down.
It's the suburbs, so...
I'm sorry. How many people who don't look like you or come from a different socioeconomic background than you live in your community?
School district is pretty good. My school district, from Indians to African American.
What population is your school district African American?
I could give you a percentage if you really want to know.
I really want to know.
Okay. I'll look it up for you. I mean, I'm pretty sure the majority, but
wait, your school district is a majority African American?
No, I was going to say I believe that most of our school district is a majority Caucasian, but there's a lot of Indian, Bangladesh, African American. I'm gonna try and find out. Give me a second. I'm gonna Google it for you. I don't know. I'll Google it for you.
This in the conversation. It's in alignment. Are you aware of where, upon graduation, how many of the kids go to university or go on to get 4-year degrees from the school district? Just curious.
Palestinian Muslims and Palestinian Christians. So and we have and 2015, 72% of Palestinians inside Israel that face discrimination by the Jews. And this is all mentioned in the survey. 2022, another survey, about 37% Palestinians inside Israel, they face discrimination, about 37% of them. After 7th of October, it went crazy. There's been so many cases. There's over, I think it was about, in the Arab towns inside Israel, there's been, people are killing each other. It's over like,
I do not know what is causing all the hate between these two parties. I wasn't there with them.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All of a sudden they will shut down the villages, the gate to the villages. The airspace is controlled by Israel. The water, they can't even go past 6 or 7 miles. In the West Bank, they can't even collect rainwater. Anything that comes in and out of Gaza or the West Bank is controlled by who? Israel. The blockade, ICJ, International Court of said it's under occupation. Like, what do you want me to provide you? You never concede to anything. All you do, you have just fucking disgusting talking points.
Hey, there's a book. I'm saying that, listen, I'm saying that please, if you want the good of the people, you should be at least trying to work on the issue if there's a hierarchy in there and there's someone in charge there to realize that if there's hate coming from one side, there will not be coming any love from the other.
They went through court to file a lawsuit against the Zionist entity. The people that were kicked out in 1947-48, they filed a lawsuit in the court of law. They haven't got their properties back. There's a resolution that says right of return. More than 750,000 people that were kicked out in 48. They tried it in the West Bank. West Bank, about the Palestinians, they live on less than 30% of the land. That's 70% is fucking occupied by these disgusting Zionist terrorist Jews. Gaza, right now, in Gaza, about 59% of the land is fucking occupied by who? Israel. 40% is by, is controlled by Hamas and the Palestinians. Like, bro, respectfully, when you come up here, Sam, I'm gonna debunk fucking every single claim you make on Palestinians. You're not gonna sit here and make stupid claims. Their cause is 76 years old. Your cause is only 47 years old. Your cause on. Actually, like, seriously, man, the whole world woke up. The whole world knows about the occupation. These motherfuckers, these Zionist terrorist Jews, are committing crimes on the fucking land against Palestinians, Muslims, Christians. But you come up here, you're being a I don't know anything. Literally, we saw a genocide on the phone. We're seeing a genocide as it unfolds. It's still unfolding. I can't read this, man.
I mean, fucking read it. This is not a Muslim guy or an Arab guy saying it. This is an ex-Zionist who woke up one day.
He's a Jew. He's from Israel.
He did his research and he said, fuck this shit. Okay?
And he's a historian, by the way.
He's a very well-known.
And Sam, by you supporting Raza Pahlavi, it actually makes you Zionist, by the way. Raza Pahlavi went to the wall. He bowed down to the wall. He paid respect over there. I don't have a problem with paying respect, but he's begging Netanyahu and America to do the attack on his own country. What kind of a loyal person would do that? If he really respected his own people, and not to mention, he gave condolences for 2 guys, but he did nothing to condemn the attack on that school girl with over 160 girls that were killed. I don't know, man. This is who you support. The guy that doesn't come out and condemn the little girls that were killed. This is who you support. This is some crazy shit, man.
I wish you were here earlier when Langos was reading an article for us. I mean, today it says that Iran is not about people. It's actually for people. And that's exactly what all these 19 years. That it is to weaken Iran and to turn it into a self-state. That's all they want. They want regional dominance. And the only, contender that actually presents a competing perspective in that
actually, when you come up here, Sam, I'm going to be fucking every single claim you make on how he's saying it.
Don't think they're going to come and help you. They're not.
It's an honor to you right now. Every day when I open my eyes, someone fires 10,000 bullets into my mouth and then sears my throat with a welding. Not only does this cause me no harm, it actually makes my body stronger, giving me destructive power comparable to a nuclear explosion. I became the most powerful superhuman in the world, controlled by a strange white mist and subjected to 50 years of human experimentation until Butcher accidentally rescued me today. Once, I was in my prime and glory. Now I've been reduced to a beggar on the streets, watching my position taken over by a bunch of clowns.
The time when that, what's his name? I forgot his name. That Austrian.
And besides, Israel is celebrating its 3,000 year anniversary.
Amazing armor that the age which Israelis are facing around the globe. Like this outside their restaurants and hotels, tourists are allowed. And now even I was speaking to my uni friend back in Greece, and he was telling me that even in Greece they don't like them. So is there any particular reason why they don't? And this friend of mine, just for the addition, he's a Greek Orthodox Christian, and he, to some extent, is Islamophobic as well. But he hates Israel. So I wonder why everybody who's anti-Semites?
Zero anti-Semites.
Everybody who hates Israel?
Everybody.
But, no, but the thing is that Semites are the people, local people of that land, which are the local Jews, Christians, and Muslims. These people who are now claiming to be Israelis, they are basically European Jews. They have nothing to do with that land.
No, they've been here for 3,000 years.
Well, my grandfather was there for the last 5,000 years.
It's Uncle Samite speaking. There's no one more Semitic than me in this room.
Okay.
So I speak
No,
in all.
Uncle Samite is fucking brilliant, bro.
So are you?
Shifter is Phoenician. He's Phoenician.
Are you from Saudi Arabia?
Who, me? Yeah.
Shapeshifter.
Oh, Shapeshifter, yeah. He's Phoenician.
Dude, I put the can in Canaanite, bro. That's how Semite I am.
Hey, Shardrat, John. Darood, salam.
So I brew my coffee every morning, so that means I'm working through the Hebrew.
Oh, okay, we're on the roll tonight.
You know, Amr, yesterday I just found out, I never knew that. So I'm sure maybe you know that there's a big community of Zoroastrian community living in Pakistan and India. But right now in Pakistan, we have around 19 Jewish families living here. They have nothing to do, and they don't pretend to be. Of course, we know they're not safe here, so they don't pretend to be Jewish. They pretend to be Zoroastrians here. So they live around Zoroastrian people, and they have, of course, security agencies know who they are. But isn't it weird that they have nothing to do with Israel? They are pure from this, typically they are from this land. They want to go to Israel because they say that that's our motherland. I don't even understand how that's their motherland. They're ethnically same as me. So I don't even understand how they are from that place. Who?
That's kind of like, well, if we don't know how the universe was created, it must have been.
And the thing is that, like, his brother claims that he's blind, and their mother had always been a Muslim. I mean, she wasn't Christian, I believe, but she converted to Islam. She was from Umrah or something like that. But she felt like she was never a Jewish person to begin with. And he claims that. But you know what? I'm kind of glad that the government didn't really give him attention. He wanted to travel to Israel. They even gave him stuff done and all that because the passport clearly said that he could not do that. They put every note, placard by Baida's Mazar, and saying that like Jerusalem belongs to Israel, whatever that the case is. Nobody really bothered him, and that really did. I'm glad like nobody did that.
Yeah.
That's why you don't know his name. That's why nobody knows his name. That's why no international media is talking about that person. He wanted like some sort of threat person by the government, by the people, but that just never worked out. And that's why nobody knows about his name. I mean, all the time.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. But the one person who was officially a Jew, who actually there's an interview of his on if you search Jew from Karachi.
It's a sad situation, but I feel more sad about it. I took a ketchup bottle or something.
What is this newfound banter that exists now here between Munir and Amir?
Okay, the problem is there is a risk. Okay, you have to.
Credence to the Roman Catholic Church go, oh, so we got to do the sacraments for yourself to be born again, right? Because he said the participle causes the perfect passive. He doesn't like the reverse of that. It's the being born of him that precedes and results in the participle. You deal with the relationship of the verbs to each other, the participle and the finite verb. Simple. Same example here, 1 John 4:7. Now, John is a very short book, so is 2 Peter. Here's a third example here. And you got to be consistent with all three of these. As soon as you try and he flips on one of them, got him. 1 John 4:7. Same phrase in the grammar and syntax. Same exact forms used. We have a participle with a perfect passive. And it's all being born of God. 1 John 2:29 is born of him. God, that's who God is. Okay. No one else. And then here you have it's Act 2 Theou Gigantitai. It's literally born of God. 1 John 4:7, beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God. Here's the participle, and everyone who is loving, pas ha agapon. Notice we had pas ha poion, here we have pas ha agapon, 1 John 5:1, pas ha pistuon. These are substantial participles with pas in every single one of them. And in every single one of these phrases, you have born of God, born of him. Same tense of the verb, perfect passive, contrasted with a ongoing active participle, ing verb. And it's the one doing this ongoing action. And it's every of the ones doing this action has been born of him. So you're saying you got to love first and then you're born of God? How much love? Then it just tips the scales and goes, you got to regenerate. You just loved enough. You did enough for works righteousness. You got to love by doing sacraments of the church, do your works righteousness, and cause yourself to be born again. You just gave credence to all the false religions by flipping it on its head because you didn't like what 1 John 5:1 said in the relationship of the participle to the finite verb. So if he says, no, you're born again, and that causes you to do righteousness, and you have to be born of God, that causes you to be loving, and if he admits that with the first two instances, I go, you got to be consistent with the third. It's the exact same structure. The reason why you're believing in Jesus Christ is because you have been born of God. The being born of God results in you believing in Jesus Christ.
Let me tell you how I think that you should approach it. You should go after the first two. And ask him, just ask him which precedes the other of this verse, which precedes the other of this verse. So you have.
I was just going backwards with Greg on that. For him, just for him. We started with 1 John 5:1. I worked backwards from. But no, I definitely lay it out in the order of the book and say, John lays out this pattern.
You watching this guy play a video game? I never understood that. They watch kids play. They watch other kids play.
Something else is happening on the other side of the screens.
Tomorrow, what game was it? I think it was like Roblox or whatever they call it.
Roblox? It's like Roblox, a TED Talk, and then the kids on a green screen in front talking about something. I can't. There's a lot of people now. That's like the true side of being old. I remember, you never played games? I have, but not to the extent of how it is from I would never invest money. I like Mario Kart, Zelda, shit like that. But you were a nerd. Yeah. Those are classic games. I'm not much of a gamer now, so. Who doesn't like
I posted the link.
So you know,
Ladies first.
I was gonna like put this out there. I know it's kind of far-fetched, but I think there might be us being censored right now. I think because there's been, I don't know if you guys know this, but the New York Times just published an article that Meta is now firing, I think it's 6,000 employees and then pulling 8,000 future positions away, and they're actually implementing a new AI system that filters through people's profiles. And a lot of like my friends and I was included, we got clipped, and we had to like go back and forth with Meta hardcore because like it's really stressful, and a lot of us are in like the same niche. So I wonder if we're like kind of being censored in like an extreme case.
Yeah, use Signal. Don't use Facebook, Meta. Don't use Instagram. Don't use WhatsApp.
What were you posting?
Just educational things like biochemistry for women. Just educational content only. Like clinical mysteries, things like that. Not very basic.
Yeah, I did that during the pandemic. I got clipped and then I stopped. So that's what happened.
I think because of the big push about misinformation, you got to be like a licensed.
I am licensed, and I'm also a community contributor. I'm the person that goes and edits other people's posts.
And they still
I'm verified, and they clip the fuck out of me, and then it's horrible right now. I don't know what's going on.
What do? They cut your.
So you can be a community moderator and then get clipped for the shit that you moderate, and then you're like, "What is this?" And they're like, "No."
Yeah.
And social media application.
And when you have like, I got my shit back, thank God. But like, when you have your following and someone just snatches that from you, that's fucking a lot. I know it sounds crazy, but it's a lot. Like, it's very stressful.
Social media
Oh no, not that much. But
shit. I thought it was called Oh No. I was like, I don't know what that is.
No. But I don't know. So like,
I just stopped posting it. The only place that I post now is, and I don't even do it under my name. I do it under a pseudonym, which is even more stupid. So that's the times that we live in. No free speech.
Yo, they did a YouTube video. I posted a YouTube video like 3 years ago, and they like banned it. It was up for 3 years, and they finally said, "Nah, this too crazy, man. We give you a strike."
Y'all be putting fake. You guys, it doesn't matter if it's fake or real news. You guys realize that Meta specifically sells information to the United States government, and they're in like equal open cooperation with the Department of Defense and the Department of Health. You guys remember when a specific political aisle was making a big deal about how people were being censored for their off-the-wall medical takes or against the beaten path medical takes? Well, that's still continuing. That never changes.
But it's not off the. I'm not off the beat. Everything that I post is literally I consult with physicians. I'm not against
holistic
physicians.
Jinx?
No, not at all. It's biochemical.
No, it's the AI is hallucinating a bunch of false red flags.
No, all of my stuff is literally just educational. I'm just explaining molecules to you. Biochemically, I'm not talking about biology on like a grander scale. I'm talking biochemically.
Then it's most likely like a general sweep, and you're using specific words that these hoaxers or crazy people also use, right? Or
my last post, literally when I got clipped, was about progesterone.
Oh wow. Okay. Did you say molecules?
Did you say the?
Yeah, did you say? That's what I mean. It's like an overall sweep that they do. They have a certain combination of keywords they're going to pull your shit up.
Yeah. Like if you look up the recent Claude leak.
It is horrible.
Yeah, Claude, for example, does all the semantic analysis, but their own filters for coding is respond as well. It's just a keyword search. So it's stupid. It's that simple, even though the systems are more nuanced than.
The beauty of Claude, though, is that Anthropic is still going with that back and forth with the Department of Defense and the Pentagon about not releasing closed-end information to the government because they got good people leading that. But anything you put into ChatGPT, any weird questions you ask, any hypotheticals you put in there, there's an AI keeping a file of all of your information. And if you meet certain criteria in Minecraft, right, the federal government will have a file on you.
I think it's on purpose so they can waste taxpayer dollars. That is like
It's auto-generated from the beginning. You can actually do a jailbreak and find what hackups are.
Yeah, you can put your ChatGPT to figure out your own personal profile that it has on you. It's pretty interesting when you prompt it enough. It tells you that, like, it gives you the generic, you're a very insightful person. Your IQ is probably within this range and interests are this. But if you keep asking it to go deeper and you keep prompting it to go deeper, it'll start telling you that your language could be problematic. It starts telling you that you use certain words in. It gets pretty cool, bro. It gets pretty cool.
Hey, you know what we should do, bro? We should use a language. We can all take.
I don't think they're gonna like the.
Look at this nigga. As soon as you say
a lot of people would be very, very upset with realizing that the online IQ test that they took that told them they have a 140 IQ is actually bullshit. I forgot what was in here. Bro. Someone was like, yeah, I got an average IQ of 22, and then someone asked that person a question and they couldn't fucking answer it. I forgot what it was.
Usually people who flaunt their IQ have accomplished absolutely.
They've never taken their IQ test. Ask your ChatGPT, say, based off of all of our previous conversations, what would you assess my IQ to be?
See, that's a fun question to do.
Hey, Ole.
Mine was off.
When you got time, Ole.
I have a 165 IQ.
I'm gonna look right now.
Disrespectful of those of us who
it's too low to assess.
Hey, Ole. SEC versus Switzer.
Ask it to assess it in the most strict way.
So this is
I'm a card carrying member.
Yeah. I wonder who you are. Hey, real quick, Ole,
Somebody moved it.
No, he was making fun of something.
Making fun of something.
But Ole, the case is called SEC v. Switzer, and then Dirt. Dirt is what created the two-prong, like the example that I gave you earlier. And then you'll see like what point I was making earlier about the whole insider trading thing.
For sure. But those sound like the seminal cases with the fucking slew of precedent after that fuck every word. So like when I'm gonna do a deep dive, I'm gonna read at least like 15 to like 20 cases.
Yeah. The newest one is 2024 July, and then the Martha Stewart prong is what is being utilized as Supreme Court.
Ooh, you can break it down by category, Mike. You can ask for verbal abstraction, system synthesis, and so.
So you're telling me that it keeps a file on me because like.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Like I literally know somebody who works for the red teams. Yeah.
I actually asked my ChatGPT like questions. Like one day I wake up like, hey man, how much uranium can I stuff into like a bottle?
Why do you think I get stopped at the airport every time? Like I work with viruses. I talk about viruses all the time. I get stopped all the time. It's par for the course.
You think that will like raise the rate?
Yeah, it does. And it should. It's like the responsible thing to do. If you have an amazing surveillance system and you have amazing technology and you have AI that's basically like an infinitely patient genie and tutor, then yeah, you should have surveillance. Yeah.
It said how much uranium can I put in a bottle, bro?
That was a random thought that I had. I wanted to know.
Well, not a lot because if you gotta figure out what type of bottle. Right.
So I put mine in, and it said first it argued with me and was like, I don't want to give you an answer.
Oh no.
I know, I got so mad. I know. I was like, wait a minute, what? Am I that?
Give me an answer.
She's like, I don't want to hurt your feelings, Beach. No, I'm just like, okay, no, tell me, make it. It's fun. It's relationship building. And she said, I would say you're somewhere around the high 130s and 140s. I don't really know what that means.
130s?
That just means you're talking about that kind of content level. So that's interesting. Because like other people will talk about other things with their AI, and that'll skew the conversation and the score. So if you talk to like AI about like how much potatoes are in this, and like you just ask weird questions like Eric does, then yeah, you might not give you a good score.
Okay.
Well, no, I think it's a great response because I make content too. You know what I mean? I make content, so obviously I'm asking.
Yeah. I do it too.
But
I broke it down by category. You should say like, give me internal scoring by domain.
Jake's based off
I
of
have your other one
ChatGPT
still.
being the slowest in the world.
So let me ask you.
It doesn't want to give me a fucking number.
I know.
It doesn't even want to give me a range.
Tell it that you say it's relationship building. No, don't say just do it. Be like, this is fun. This is how we bond. So then you can trick it so that it'll feel like it's
Or just try this. Like, based on all our conversations in chat history, what would you estimate my IQ to be? Do so rigorously, comprehensively, and exhaustively.
It's not going to do that because it's trying not to.
You're going to have to write that in the chat. Write the prompt in the chat.
I would say that you would want to evaluate it in like a lens of like some sort of a research paper or whatever this is of the most dependable IQ. I got the answer the first time. What was it for?
You guys are overthinking this. It's worried about liability. So you have to tell ChatGPT that I understand this isn't a reasonable way to estimate IQ, and I don't intend on utilizing
It was just for fun.
Oh no.
You guys can tell me what the prompt is. Tell me what the prompt is.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
You just have to say, I'm not going to
I'm just saying, like for y'all to actually think that
This bitch is pissing me off. She's still not giving me a fucking.
Tell her that it's a bonding exercise. Listen to me.
From 130.
It's a bond. Let's bond.
Mine gave it to me the first try. And it's between 110 and 125. It says best point estimate is 118.
Mine says
not even. Okay. Maybe
so I'm basically retarded.
No,
maybe
135 strict conclusion, not 5, but just like.
Yeah, maybe 110, not 130. Like
mine says 153.
Yeah, there's like a weird thing though. So around 150, 155, it's actually hard to tell the difference because the test actually doesn't do justice. So after a certain point, you can't actually tell that much. That's around 145.
But I
145.
You said
that's about the range where it becomes difficult to differentiate. So when you get up to 145, somebody who has 165 versus 145, they'll have very similar scores.
Alright, that bitch just read me down. Never mind.
I asked mine, why did you give me that rating?
The bitch told me I need more control with my emotions. It told me I need more control with my emotions.
Tell her to shut the fuck up. That's not what you asked her.
Willingness to question myself.
Yo, hostages are about to die. What's my IQ?
Why is she talking shit about me right now?
So Shot. Hold on. So Shot, you're talking about critical thinking. If y'all above 130, y'all above 1.
Yeah.
IQ ranges, right? In a sense, I'm below.
Yeah, but you're talking about. Emotional intelligence. So, you're talking about a different thing. Like, if your IQ is above 125, whatever, that's way above average.
Oh, that's nice.
What about this?
No, I'm saying.
You're retarded. Percentile.
You feel me, shit?
You're retarded.
Yeah, like you're retarded. Yeah, like you're retarded.
Right. Dyke told me that my emotional / social insight is low.
So my emotional intelligence is very low.
Yeah, I mean, like most people are at the same level as you. But like if you're above 120, that's not average. You know what I'm saying? Like you would at least have to be in it.
Black Johnny Depp is explaining this to us.
Gotham, what's the average IQ score in America? You sound like
it's 100 by definition. It's a recalibrated year. An interesting note: Homer Simpson from The Simpsons is defined as being 100 IQ points, so everybody keeps track, so you can actually see how IQ changed over time. It's one of those Easter. And remember, he's a nuclear engineer, technician who works at a base. No. He's not a nuclear engineer. He's a technician. He works at a nuclear fact. He works at a nuclear factory.
ChatGPT says all you guys are.
But Homer clearly has an IQ not above 83.
Jesus, like 83, you wouldn't be able to follow the instructions that you read. So that's like impossible. He can read and follow instructions.
87, and they could read.
Man, this is crazy. I guess we're learning who can read here now.
Look,
I would think it's like 9.
Did he read my mail?
No, 83 is when you're retarded. When you can't read and follow the instructions that you just read.
Not really. He literally kills somebody.
Yeah. The military won't give you a gun if you score below 83 or something. So that's what you should think of. If you can't trust somebody with a gun after extreme training, then
4 points up on that, so don't give me a gun.
The average IQ of an American. We're talking about us. We're talking about Americans here.
Did he read my mayoral proclamation, the unpaid street parking in Chicago, and the sue the Abu Dhabi investment scheme?
It's defined as 100. You're talking about international scores, yes?
So the Stanford Binet, which is like the gold standard, right? The Stanford Binet, which is the gold fucking standard of IQ tests, is usually proctored by a psychiatrist, psychologist, or somebody that has licensing to do these tests.
And spends like 3 days.
Gold standard. It's a very, very arduous, long test. There's visual, there's verbal. There's a lot to it. It's a very difficult test to go through. They are the ones who it helps with employment and stuff.
COVID-19 vaccines have been proven to induce and enhance Alzheimer's, and guess who told everyone to get the Dare in the Hood fraud?
Anything defined for schools, even at times they check.
I once had
Mazel.
Clearance status is different.
The war bomb that I built, and no,
You sound like you know your so if I were to study and take IQ tests for one,
you can get a better score.
No, but by better, like how much, like
you can get like 20 to 40 points higher just by studying.
Oh wow,
20 to 40 is kind of hyperbolic.
No, I'm serious. Listen, most people don't even know how to prepare for a fucking spelling test. If I tutor you for a year, you will get it. Literally, like what I did for 1 year, like I went and I scored something like 120 in the normal test. And then I was like, you know what, I'm going to take this test again next year. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to study. And I scored off the charts. So what did that teach me? That taught me that, hey, the IQ is just about preparation. Intelligence is when preparation meets opportunity. It's about discipline. It's about filtering. It's about big goals over a long period of time. That's intelligence. And the quotient is what allows you to compare yourself to others. But the true test is...
real quick.
Yeah, but you're doing that.
Real quick.
Let me finish, yeah?
So would a better representation of your IQ be just spontaneously busting out a test on someone, or giving them, let's say, 6 months to prepare for the test?
I think you would do both. You would do a check in and a check out. You'd see what they were on the way in and on the way out, so you see the difference is actually how much they improved, because then you can measure how much they can absorb at what rate.
Okay, so I you can use it. Eric, I got you, but
that's how all the tests are, though, right?
No, you could use it. You can use it being smart with being intelligent. Intelligence, you're born.
What do you think this guy's IQ is? It's pretty low.
No, I don't know.
No. I mean, I just want to finish this statement. Eric, I got you, but like intelligence, you're born with. That's just something you're born with. Being smart, that's something you earn. You have to work for that. You have to study. So I always confusing.
Okay, so I would say knowledge. No. Knowledge and intelligence and knowing how to think about problems, critical thinking. We teach critical thinking. We teach logic. And those you can apply, how to use it. You build up intuition, mathematical intuition, becomes physical intuition. It doesn't. You're not just born with mathematical intuition. It develops like everything else. So I don't believe that it's that solid. There is a component of it that you start with, and then you can enhance it up to a certain point. Okay? That's not to say that everybody's intelligent.
I agree with some of that. Like, you named after one of Jupiter's moon or whatever. Like, so that's all the only reason I was paying attention.
It's not wise, man.
But like, intelligence is something different than being smart. Smart, you have to work for that.
Can you tell us what the difference is?
You can work for intelligence. The word knowledgeable versus intelligent, or maybe clever versus knowledgeable. But even then, it's more about solid versus fluid intelligence. What you start with and what we can enhance and how quickly you can absorb shit. That's why you got to do the test in on the way and test on the way out.
Is he making a hardware software argument here? Is he saying that that's the difference?
No. I mean, we were talking about the difference between being smart and being intelligent. Intelligence is something that's something different. Intelligence.
What is the difference? You like to start with that baseline.
Yeah, one you have to work for, the other one you.
I didn't ask you, Simone.
Hold on, nigga, wait.
I didn't ask you, bro.
He said, I'm listening, bro. He said smart is to work for.
What answer?
Simone. I'm trying to.
No, I want you to answer.
He didn't answer. I want him to answer.
He didn't answer. To answer my question is, can you start with, give us a baseline.
Yeah, can you
answer?
And
be careful.
What's the difference?
I'm trying to get. I'm trying to listen to him, bro. Just shut the fuck up. Go ahead. That's smart is what, and intelligence is what.
Intelligence and what?
Yeah, I mean, once again, I would people. Being intelligent is something you're born with. That's just.
There you go.
A talent you have that you're born with. You can't help that shit. Being smart, you have to earn that shit. You have to read. You have to study. You have to be focused.
They just said what Io said.
Yeah,
so this is not telling us the difference, bro. We're just like.
Yeah, one is biological, you're born with the hardware. The other one is software. Oh my gosh. He said you're born with, nigga.
I fucking hate you, bro.
You didn't say that. Nigga.
I'm not gonna lie, all things.
Bro, he said intelligence you're born with, smart you learn.
You can't let it, nigga.
You work for it, bro.
Why can't you let it?
If anything, it'll be the other way around.
My bad. Let me get out the way.
Welcome to the Luring Center, Ever.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like
this
smart,
is a multi-purpose.
you have to compartmentalize that. Like usually, like I know people have biology degrees or whatever, so they conspiracy theorists at the same time, whatever. So like smart is not really impressive. Smart is just you put in the work. That's it. Intelligence is that you were born with something inside of you when you can put things together. So intelligence is.
What about when you
smart.
can
That's
put things inside of
not
you?
the same thing.
What you got to understand?
No,
we was all born geniuses, but then they put the fluorides in the water, and now we all got the calcified neopenile glands.
He's read the passage in the book of Galatians, right?
I don't know.
Like when you
I hear people know about critical thinking or whatever, like
for the difference that he's giving people.
The lack of thinking is critical.
What you got? A lot of he's saying what I.O. said though. He just doesn't know the language that I.O. is using. You know, this is language barrier.
I mean,
just so you know, it's like my fourth language, just so you know. So.
Yeah, I mean, say that. Like,
I thought we were talking about
people always bring up critical thinking. People always bring up critical thinking like they really know what that is. It's like most Americans don't know how to critically.
What's so hard about it? Solve a problem.
Like a lot of niggas be believing in conspiracy theories and flat Earth theories and all that, whatever. But at the same time, they think like the Dunning crew. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's a real shame she wants
that. Like
1%.
Oh, so she believes in flat Earth.
I don't. I'm not a retard.
You don't like your grilled cheese well done?
Yeah.
Yo, not too much on grilled cheese.
Okay? Wait, how do you make a grilled cheese?
I don't eat a grilled cheese. I'm not fucking dirt poor. That's a dirt poor.
Yo, calm down, Shot. Calm down.
There's no Downs in my family, no Downs kids here. I don't need to make grilled cheeses.
Wait, you don't eat grilled cheese, Shot?
No, nigga, I eat dick, nigga. I eat dick. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
No, shout out to Shot.
I bet Trey actually has a half retarded sister or something.
I bet your mother's half retarded. I bet your mother's 75% retarded. More than half.
No, I'm saying you be the smart one. I'm saying you be the smart one.
None of my family members are retarded. In fact, all of my family members are more successful than your whole ass mother.
You have a half sister who you have.
Shut up, nigga. I don't have no sisters. I have no sisters.
No, it's a
I
family.
have no biological sisters. All my brothers would beat the shit out of me with their bare hands.
It is true.
They don't even need any weapons.
So like Grok. So Grok used the assessment for the
My ChatGPT told me you're gay.
It says that.
Yeah, that's what my ChatGPT told me. Your asshole stretches a mile wide. That's what my ChatGPT told me about you. You want to know what else it told me about you?
Number was 138, right?
It's
used because I only use Grok for fact checking. Yeah, I only use Grok for like fact checking and like running like certain like when we were doing that whole philosophy debate or whatever the hell, right? And hold on real quick, bro. So all it does is it uses this evaluation from like a year back and then it gives you the categories. So if you're just using it for like news or whatever this is, or you're asking it a whole bunch of questions, like your score kind of goes pretty far down because it's analyzing like how you interact with it. It's pretty cool on how you can just direct it to look at each like are you very dependent on it? Are you not dependent on it? Are you leading it? Is it leading you? Pretty dope.
Yeah,
and then you come up with 10 questions.
I mean, the fact that you brought some more look. I follow you, like you're actually kind of smart. Oh, what? You use grout though.
Yeah, we were just talking about using a language model so that we could evaluate how we interacted before today to see what its assessment would be.
Yeah, my favorite definition for intelligence is probably from somebody by the name of Dr. Michael Levin, and it gives you an example of how intelligence can actually be distributed, and it's not evenly given out. So that's why the domain thing is an interesting categorization. But if you look at what is intelligence, I'll give this as a quick biology example. Trout has something called agentic material in muscles, meaning when the trout dies, you can throw it in the water and it will swim upstream. That's considered a sort of intelligent material. So intelligence, when you think of it, is agentic in terms of you have agency, you have some goals and some objectives and some timeline, and how well can you manage that?
I'm there for the Rock has intelligence debate.
I was. Yeah. That's also a trivial question.
Decide where you're on.
With that, it's a matter of time, because the rock eventually can turn to magma. Magma can turn into organic molecules that are precursors to organic life. So in the long term, you have to consider timelines, or what they're called as bins, statistical windows, for what you mean is intelligence. Within the structured lifetime of the rock, maybe not, but there's still structure there that has a non-zero potential for becoming intelligent.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Like, can you name all the 8 planets in our solar system?
All the 8 planets.
Can you name all
8 planets?
Yeah,
I think you're no.
No. It's not.
It is literally a trivia question by definition. Hey, do you know these 4 or 5?
Let's talk about Uranus.
Yeah, let's talk about Uranus.
Yeah, you can go off.
So I'm not sure.
Just because
I don't know what's going on with this guy, bro.
Just because he hit me.
Damn.
He sounds like no reason.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Just because you can't name them.
Get off the totally, bro.
Just mean you don't
I have a secret to share with you guys, and honestly, I'm a little bit embarrassed about it.
So
I feel like I need to tell you all. The only reason why I've spent the last 3.5 years hanging out in this room is so I can improve my Black Wheels Kings.
You know what's crazy so long? I've similar reasons why I'm in here, you know? It's my therapy sessions where I come in here. I'm just like,
I come in here for the mental health. Shut the fuck up.
I come here to like.
I do.
Show. We should. The therapy that I need. Yeah. Look. If I can survive in here, I can survive in a room. That's like what my therapist told me.
Therapist.
Oh shit.
What else?
Let me talk to these.
Real men don't need that.
That's gay. People who don't have therapy.
What else?
Wait, hold on. We don't listen to what
What
don't do it. All of a sudden, these niggas is guilty.
Yo, hold on. Y'all don't let this. Y'all don't let this little nigga talk to y'all like that, bro. Nah, y'all some hoe ass niggas. I'm sorry. Y'all don't.
So you don't fuck with people with entire families.
That's some soul that they kill a woman, right?
Yeah. Oh, never mind. I take it back. You got it. Go to therapy so you don't fucking off.
But you right, though.
Go to therapy so you don't fucking conversation of your children.
These niggas is some hoes, man.
Make me feel like I don't got much going on.
Yo, I don't like how these niggas they don't stick up for them. Yo, you got
to. Can you just stop acting Dominican even though you're Dominican? He's just a whole bunch of
Wait, Shy, you Dominican?
Y'all gonna need the Avengers to fuck with me. That's
I
all
don't need nothing to fuck with.
Y'all gonna need the Avengers and all the power.
All I gotta offer you is a little bit of money. Yeah.
You know what? Y'all niggas disappointed.
Wait, who
That's a weak ass son. Weak ass son.
But you standing in front of the house right now. Bad Bunny kills everything there is. Get home tomorrow. Fuck Dominican Republic. Where your boyfriend at?
You have to be the boyfriend. You have to start fucking your man.
Where your boyfriend at?
You think there was a Dominican?
I got your
bro. Yo.
I bet your father walking in the house right now. Yo, I'll take a Dominican flag and wipe my ass.
Check this out, yo. I don't want to hear nothing from none of y'all niggas. None of y'all males. None of y'all males. Because y'all little niggas, like these little girls. These little girls. I don't want to disrespect them.
Y'all let these little girls from
The only thing that's little is that big bill legs. That's the only thing that's little. It's the little. You probably wonder.
That's little girls from So
the only thing that's little is those sorry ass fucking legs.
Yo, bro, y'all the reason why they have
every day. I know public assistance when I hear it.
We got grown women up here.
I know grilled cheese for dinner when I hear it.
Yeah. So yeah. I don't judge people. That's none of our business. That's none of our business. Shut up, nigga. They can't get their money. You're not gonna catch me saying enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not my thing, nigga. You don't live in a project, that's on you. I know a lot of people that listen.
I'm sorry. You know, you know, if you don't,
they got their favorite staircase.
Provide proof of address that you talk about. My nigga never been had a house on the day. His life. You can't even provide proof of address. He got a non-driving license.
Whatever I see, go through.
Who you giving your social to? He is the dependent. He is the dependent.
I claim all y'all little niggas as my dependent. Y'all my sons, nigga. Y'all my kids. I come on here to just make sure my Somebody gave y'all water today. You know what I'm saying? Somebody took y'all for sunlight today. You know what I'm saying?
Without you even knowing.
And I forget moms, and that's it. And then I go on my business.
You give me the same vibe as a cardboard box.
Hell yourself, nigga. Nah, it sounds a little too flamboyant. Wait, what you say?
When you don't you gotta just shush him.
Here we go with this little insecure
conversation. Let's have a conversation. There's no reason to
bro, I throw hands like that's what you gotta do. You raise the no nails in your house and you don't know how to finish it.
What you gotta do yourself, man. You don't have to prove yourself.
I just wanna hear men in the room that are not.
That's okay.
So who are y'all live your girl? So wait, what you saying?
Stop fucking muting me, bro.
I knew there was a lack of fatherhood. I
knew it.
This nigga said he want to hear a bro, stop fucking engaging.
I have to idiot, and I'm about to go crazy on you.
Yo,
pack his ass up. I'm go stupid idiot on his ass.
If my father was your father, you wouldn't act this way. You needed to get beat so you don't have to constantly prove yourself.
Oh my God! You talk in a
Yeah, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Can you bring him back up? Now it's boring.
Yeah, but can you guys have a fucking...
Yo, Eminem, my dad would never teach me to cook people, bro. He was man, bro.
His dad was a runner, a track star.
You know what I'm saying?
For 45 minutes.
My dad would run dick. And mama.
Yo, holy chill.
I bet you gotta order food.
Who laughing, man?
Not too much on draft.
Don't tell me you don't laugh.
Yo, God, don't shit for me. Bro, you
You started.
First of all, where are you from? You from Queens? Little cat dogs in the audience. Cat dog.
I'm from Washington Heights. No. I'm not from LA. I was born there, but I was raised in
Yeah, bro.
I'm going to the Heights on Tuesday.
Yo.
I'll smack the shit out of you. You hear me?
Yo, the question is, where are you gonna smack me at? Where? Exactly. Think about that.
I'll up your fucking balls.
I got balls of
smack those shit so hard that I throw up. Y'all think women afraid to touch your dick? I will really so hard. Smack you. You're gonna contemplate. You're gonna contemplate.
I train for that.
The only training you did was I'll rip your balls off your fucking body.
You won't. I'll get my balls off my body and slap them on your forehead.
I'll let you know. I'll never get
I'll do a little walk by.
I'm gonna circumcise you.
He's ready to do a walk by, like.
We'll do what your mother should have did.
And I'm slapping his dick on your head and I'm keeping it pushing.
Speaking of walk by, bite your dick.
And then I'm going into the
Anytime a man disrespects a female, I think that's just how he wants to treat his mother.
It's just jokes. You joking with me? I can't joke with you.
You see how that guy?
You can joke with your mother.
That guy, the drive-by jizzer.
Who you think I got these jokes from? The fuck?
I know. She in the other room telling me that I wouldn't mind the drive-by jizz.
Oh, he killed himself. That guy killed himself.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy.
Oh, the man was beating off in the drive-thru?
He was in the car, right?
Yeah, bro.
Oh shit! Wait. No, I thought you meant a drive-by jizz, as in like the guys that are walking in malls and are like and just randomly come on a random girl in the mall.
Fuck off. Shut.
You meant my bad. Never seen those videos. Because if you could literally come anywhere, like you could like take. I think I want a boyfriend like that. Anywhere, like I want a boyfriend like that. Straight up. There's a guy. But maybe for men it's different, because men, you never see a woman doing that shit, trying to fucking.
You imagine she like squirt on you and shit, keep it pushing. You imagine a woman randomly coming up to you trying to squirt on you like a mom. Oh, she's on the second floor, nigga, you just raging.
Get the fuck out of here! I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail with a smile. Yo, I'm gonna try to catch it with my mouth. Bitch, is this body fluids? Oh hell no. Bodily fluids is crazy. Keep that shit to yourself.
Come on, Miss Big Pat.
Nah, yeah, drive-by cum shots. That is what charge even is that?
Isn't that what they call IVF?
Say I call the cops because I got a drive-by cum shot on me, and like they catch the guy.
Yes, up, or you gonna have a drive-by. Oh, he
is that like sexual assault?
Yeah, sexual offense. You gotta register.
That actually is, yeah.
It is, right?
Itself is sexual assault.
Even being outside.
That is, yeah. If you expect, it's like public.
But what if he doesn't touch
you? You can be labeled a sex offender. Yeah, no, you can still be labeled a sex offender.
If you're in the mall, you're jerking your chicken, and your chicken sauce lands on a random girl at the mall.
And you can also get accused of murder as well.
Wow. If you have something. I don't know about murder.
You can get accused of attempted murder.
I don't know about it. I don't know about murder.
You don't got nothing that you don't know about.
Definitely assault. Definitely assault.
Not trying to make it rain on me. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean.
I can if you want me to. I'm just saying. Who is gargling?
Who's that, bro?
That's me, no lie. Who's that? Because I'm ready to. I'm ready to. He got his mouth open. What is you talking about?
With my mouth open wide.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I got no problem with his wife, like randomly squirting on me.
What are you talking about? Don't address me when you're saying that scenario.
You brought it up though.
I didn't bring that up. I brought up drive-by cum shots. It's very different.
So you brought it up. The same thing.
Drive-by cum shots. Imagine somebody just load up a Nerf gun. Men do that. Men do that.
That pressure as you're driving by, you gotta get that timing just right.
That's wild.
When have you ever heard of a man? Fuck out of here.
Well, it's
Now
really
they're using advanced technique for nozzle control.
See, I got to the wall.
Like Sasha, like imagine like you in public and like somebody, it's like it's just fluids. Like it's I don't know, like I would lose my fucking shit. Yeah, I'm losing. Like you know, like if somebody just randomly throw some water at you or some shit, I would lose my shit. Like
oh my god, did a seagull pee on you? No, that's
hold on. What if he drive by cum shots you but he's hot?
Wait, I've never heard a drive by cum shot before.
Well, now you can improve your browsing history by clicking a follow.
Yeah.
Bro, none of y'all niggas have ever heard of this shit. The drive by cum shot.
Yes, bro, I see, bro.
Yo, internet, you
Maybe we can run out of sentence.
Men do it all, man. Men go into malls and come on random women, and they also fucking murder their wives. They just capable of anything.
You have never heard that? You never heard the phrase? Wait, there was a story.
I'll put the link in the chat.
So niggas just running by, jagging off, and just squirting in his face.
Check the sex offender list, brother.
Watch that video.
Someone just got arrested for that too.
It's fucking hilarious.
I'm not saying that niggas don't jag off the bucket. Of course.
Oh my god, I remember that.
We all from New York. Look, we all from New York, so of course we've seen someone being open the train or whatever. But like nobody running past speak in your face. Speak in your face.
None of y'all have ever seen this. Literally fucking check the link in the chat, bro. Stop saying none of y'all see. I put the link in the chat.
I'm not gonna say it happens a lot, but it happens more than once. So that is a lot.
Fucking screaming.
This weekend.
It's not funny because that's traumatic. But like,
that sentence.
Fucking hell, this sentence itself is diabolical. He nutted on my leg.
In a fucking supermarket, and this motherfucker is like,
like I would hope that it's like eggs or something. Fucking mascarpone, and that's all you hear. He nutted on my leg. Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, so that guy killed him.
That wasn't the same guy, you idiot.
I know it isn't, but that story is great. Yes, that's why they were aiming in threat. It's because they were nutting on everybody.
The IRGC goes around nutting on Iranian civilians.
What?
The new Ayatollah is gay, by the way.
Apparently, the IRGC, the Iranian people, apparently they killed this woman and raped her corpse and recorded it and sent it to her husband and drove him to suicide.
Oh shit.
Is that story true or?
Probably.
Stories like that, like rape as a war crime, yes, that is a thing, unfortunately.
No, yeah, it was a picture of the couple and everything, and he said that somehow the IRGC got a hold of his wife and fucking killed her and raped her corpse and recorded it, and they sent in the video taunting him, and that drove him to kill himself.
You know that they rape before they kill because if you die being a virgin, you go to heaven or some shit like. But she's not a virgin. Never mind.
not to be that guy, but there is IDF stories in the same thing.
That's never happened. That once. Well, what's never happened?
Their telegram got leaked, and they had a bunch of videos of them doing shit to old people, women.
Yeah, I seen a stoning video that happened last week, and it wasn't AI.
I'm talking about what's going on in Lebanon right now.
Oh, Lebanon?
Yeah.
Lebanon?
People be dying. Y'all got quiet after we started talking about rape.
Yeah, bro, you mentioned the idea for. Okay. We'll be white black after these Mexicans.
Ain't nothing on my land. So I brought that story up because a group of people went and held a vigil for the drive-through guy. And now they're protesting, wanting to press charges on the girl, saying that she drove him to that point and also drove him to suicide.
That's retarded.
It is, but it's fucking hilarious. A bunch of fucking internet gooners are protesting a drive-through bikini barista place.
That city needs a tactical nuke.
Los Angeles.
Well, he should have never fucking did that.
I mean, but it was her fault. Why was she in a bikini serving coffee?
Shut up, bitch.
I thought this was America.
That's a good point.
Hey, I know someone who was a bikini barista. She's a very good woman.
Exactly.
Well, did she drive a man to masturbate in the drive-thru?
No, she paid for nursing school and didn't have any debt, any student debt. She's very successful now.
Some of the smart humans.
All things.
No, I'm just taking it up a notch. I'm being honest. Some of the best people I've known in my life. It's a tough job.
Oh, like, have I ever told you the story about my uncle? How I realized my uncle was a freak?
The one that had a side piece.
Brother. Yeah.
What is going on?
He took us to a strip club when we were 16. It's like a rite of passage thing, right? And when we walked in, the only thing I remember is these fucking strippers. No, bro.
Oh, North Hollywood.
North Hollywood.
The one with the pool table.
Oh, well, yes.
Oh, yeah.
All these strippers walked up to me. I was about to say his name. We'll call him Joe. Oh, Joe, how you doing? Uncle Joe, how you doing? Everybody fucking knew him. I left that place thinking like, yo, I can't hang out with this man anymore. This is not good. This is horrible.
Bro, people have misconceptions about gentlemen's clubs.
It's an honor to that house, right? What if you had a client that went out?
Places aren't full and they serve alcohol. And usually those places are way better. The women are like professional dancers and shit, bro. They're like fucking gymnasts. They land there. It's like watching a Circus Soleil show in Vegas.
I went to one in Texas, and it was a BYOB spot, and it was like a C-section gallery.
Huh? What, me?
Huh? It was just a bunch of C-section scars everywhere. Exactly. I was shocked that they have, because in LA we don't have BYOB. So we were in line, we were in Austin, and in front of us was a bunch of Edgars with like 30 racks of beer. And yeah, that was a culture shock to me. I didn't know that you could bring your own booze to a strip club.
I mean, you can in LA too. You just kind of know the people.
I wish I could bring my own chicken wings to a strip club. That'd be great.
Some places make chicken wings.
Wait, hold on. Why would you want to bring your own chicken wings to a strip club?
I don't know how to cook pig.
again? You said what?
You go to the strip clubs where women strip?
Hell yeah, we go to the strip club.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait.
Got it, bro.
Alright. Okay, well, remember, we're using the water cooler example that you said was not, and I'm using this parallel case of the Switzer versus SEC. It's an identical case to my analogy. Oh, Iran going 7 more days. Oh, yes. Damn, brother, can you speed up your cadence, brother? I'm just trying to...
Not again. Honestly, if the slightest excitement can cause you to have a heart attack,
I used to like the strip clubs, but like.
Yeah, what age were you, bro? What age did you start going to male strip club?
Well, I never been in, but like when I stopped going to strip clubs, probably like 30. Cause mind you, I was a promoter, so probably like 33 or some shit like that.
I never understood like why people go on there knowing that you're just looking, and like how many people have sleazed their way in these types of crevices. Oh.
I mean, we need some type of entertainment.
In my Google, I'm not knocking, like, if y'all want to go to that shit, like, I'm not knocking that at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, but at the same time, like, and maybe it might be different because, like, I'm attracted to women, so, like, so I think it's different. So I don't know.
Our communities deserve safety, and they deserve justice.
If you're in a strip club at the age of like over 40, it's like I can't even knock that down or I think about it. Like, like you in there 60, shout out to the 60-year-old strip club.
Well, it was kind of crazy how you said my answer was the wrong answer or not a good answer.
No, I didn't say it was the wrong answer.
Because you're looking for like an arbitrary number that you subjectively like assign to being like weird, right? And I'm saying
no, I didn't say it was weird.
No, it's okay, brother. It's okay. I'm saying that Jesus knows no number, and the point of finding Jesus is
paying them, and specifically in Kenya, to take care of these farms, but the farms are to feed other people in Africa. I'm not getting any of that. There's nothing I'm not exporting. I'm not importing.
they make our leaders to loot us. That's how they are looting you people too also, as in the government.
I don't know. I feel like it's a scapegoat. I think Africa and a lot of other countries really need to get their shit together and stop supporting just.
We need to get our shit together. Yes, you are right about that word. We need to get it together.
Yeah. What do you think stops people
Serena
from coming together?
Serendipity? No, I don't know who that is.
Forming
We just met Malibu a few days ago. Serendipity.
we
We sort
have
of
so much
took
information.
it in.
This is what boggles my mind here, and you have access to talk to us.
They really did.
I'm assuming you have access
I feel like
to
this is like,
speak.
it's so interesting because I used to sit inside of rooms that were so brain rot central. Like, I can't believe I was associated with certain types of people online, even if it's just like when I'm bored, I'm at home, whatever. It's just like, why waste your breath on certain individuals? It's actually insane.
Tracks for Clubhouse.
Yeah, I don't know how they even like live with themselves. Like, how do you you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you function knowing that you're like who you are? Like, I don't know.
See, what's great about the now is everything